I think Tanzin was trying to comfort him last.
Mm-hmm.
But she's probably still there just trying to comfort you.
Yeah. Lucy's kind of holding his other hand, having healed him.
Snow around you continues to fall as the wind blows in the background. The axe beaks are stirring, and while they had been settled before, they seem to sense the emotions going on and start to act up.
Thuso, what's going on?
Joel, let's did something, and where's the heat? Where am I? Am I outside?
On the ground?
Yes, you fell from the above. Are they still in there? Are they okay?
I don't know. And then he'll start kind of getting up, real shakily, and start moving towards the rope, one of the ropes. I'm assuming, I don't know if they're still there or not, but he's going to try to get back up.
They are still there.
He just very gently puts a hand on his shoulder. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go up there right now. You're not in any shape to handle even a fall from 20 feet, let alone 120.
I think as you say that, he probably stumbles a bit. And he'll just kind of stand there, stop moving and stand there. I don't think they're alive.
Okay. Could you do me a favor? Can you go to the cart and she kind of looks
sleigh?
God damn it! She looks back at the sleigh and Aster's body. Could you get something out of there to cover her up? And she looks at Tanzin. Tanzin, can you go and tend to Jojo? They seem to be having a bit of a fit. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll go get whatever's up there, and I'll be right back. And she wild shapes into her giant wolf spider form.
So we'll go and get some blankets out of the sleigh. I know I at least had one.
Anzin's just comforting Jojo and making sure the axe beaks are just getting a little bit more calm.
Lucy crawls up. I want to send a picture of what this spider looks like, but I don't want anyone to hate me.
Put a spoiler tag on it so that we have to click it to see it.
How do you do that?
Should ask you when you're uploading.
I need to pull up the stats for it anyway.
As you begin climbing up, you see the wreckage that was left behind. Standing there, burnt in place, are both Uale and Jolet. They're burnt to a crisp. Pounds and pounds of flesh missing, the blackened char almost cocooning them, their clothes melted into them. But the bodies are still there. with these sick inverted shadows pierced from them, the centerpiece being the item that Jolith still holds, just barely on the precipice. The other body is there as well, still attached where Jolith had hooked him, but the rope is gone. It clings to the edge. A single gold necklace hanging off and dangling, untouched, just below.
I was gonna say, you'll also, because the bag of holding would have dispelled as soon as I died. There's also a pile of wood and gear, all just around the base of where Jolith is standing. Essentially, the tent, oil flasks, lantern, like everything that Jolith was carrying on him in that.
Just scattered across the floor.
Yep.
Fuck. Lucy is going to gingerly kind of walk along the wall.
Okay.
And using her blind sense, she's going to kind of listen at each of the doors. And she's looking for some kind of bedroom that maybe has some kind of blankets or something like that.
Going through and checking all the rooms, just putting your feelers up and sensing as far in as you can. There's only two rooms technically that would feel to you as if they would have something.
Okay. She's gonna go to one of them and see if she can find like an intact blanket.
Going to the far north right room, it has a small single bed that, even though it is completely filled with snow and frosted over, there is a set of sheets and blanket on that bed. They're tattered, but they are functional.
Okay.
There is also the room across from it.
Okay. Is there anything else of like interest in the room besides the bed?
Not the northern room, no.
Okay. She'll also check the southern room. Just
Going
very
in-
cursory, not like a super like long look, just what else is here.
Moving inside, it is actually free of frost. The windows have been boarded up from the inside, and you can still smell recently burned firewood.
How recent?
You would say, let's do a survival check from a spider.
Is my wolf spider proficient? As wisdom-based check, right?
Do you not keep your mental stats as a druid wild shape? So wouldn't it be?
Oh, I do keep my mental stats. You are correct. Thank you.
It's not
I-
polymorph.
Yeah, too much polymorph. My apologies.
Yeah. But my like physical stats change. Not that it makes my roll any better. I rolled a 4, so 9.
You would say it's a couple of days.
That sounds.
There's
like
actually some paper still in there and scribbles on this one note, but you're not stopping, and there's a large queen-size bed that has all sorts of clothing and some food packs set up beside it. All of the belongings of what you could guess Macretius are stored in this room.
Is there a book or anything in here?
There are a couple of books.
You shouldn't touch things, though, because, like, I could come up and use my mage hand to like move things so that we don't explode things again.
I'm a spider. I don't know.
We
Yeah,
all
there's-
touch no.
I at least know not to touch the one item because it's obvious to anyone with eyes. What'll happen if you touch it?
There is a number of books that just seem to be handwritten journals, and a number of calligraphy and different tools that have been set up, practicing writing notes.
Okay. So basically, what Lucy wants to do is, that those blankets look more intact, don't they? Like less ratty.
Much, yes.
She's gonna take one of them, set it like along the floor, and initially she was just gonna put like the bag of holding stuff in the blanket, but now she's going to put just whatever. She's not like thinking it through. She's just gonna grab everything and stick it inside of these blankets. So like all of the stuff that came out of the bag of holding, everything, even the clothes that Macretius had, like all of his belongings,
Spare
she's gonna
clothes,
put
yeah.
them into the blanket, and then with her spider arms, kind of make a little like hobo
Bindle.
bundle. I have 8 arms.
It doesn't take very long to do that.
Okay. And then in the main room with the super precarious floor, was there anything in there that'd be of note?
That would be where all of the items are. Besides that, there's the burnt book.
Okay.
That the only section of the spine is legible. And it says ETHER. Caps.
Sorry, E-T...
ETHER. And that is in how we would read it, the bottom 2/3 of the spine.
Okay.
Thuso and Tenzin, as Spider Lucy is going through and reclaiming the belongings of your fallen friends, seeing the corpses, what are you doing?
Thuso would grab his blanket out of his pack and start wrapping Astra's body.
The body has already begun to freeze. It is
Yeah.
still minus 45, so it's a little difficult.
That's some dark shit.
Lucy did try and like grab her and put her like in a decent enough position before the rigor mortis freezing set in.
But yeah, he'll do his best to wrap her as tightly as he can with one hand, kind of using his stump to hold it in place as he pulls, and yeah, and he'll kind of wrap her up and take her out of the snow and put her in the sleigh, like make space as much as he can.
At the cargo section, if you move some things out of the way, definitely possible to lay her down there.
And he'll kind of just stand over her with his eyes closed and just kind of head down, and that's where he'll be until something interacts with him.
Okay. Tenzin, as you go up to the axe beaks, your acknowledgement of them is actually causing them to whoop up a little bit more. And they would start to natter and want to get away.
I would just kind of walk up to Jojo and then just kind of groom him a little bit, like where I can, and just start silently singing to him.
Okay.
Trying to calm him down so that everyone else calms down.
Can you roll me a handle animal check?
Ugh.
Good night, guys.
8
No.
total.
Alrighty. Unfortunately, whether it be your own emotions, the song that you rely in to carry your feelings to him, your voice just cracks and you can't stop yourself from kind of that deep sob in your throat. And the animals don't seem to be listening. Even Jojo, like, he leans down to nuzzle you, but it's almost in a, let's go, let's get out of here. Pulling against the rigging and reins.
I would, I think, call up to Lucy and be like, Lucy, I think we need to hurry. I don't know how much longer the axe beaks will wait.
It would be about the time that you are starting to gather all the materials into the bindle and spider tie it up. That.
Can I, like, attach the bundle to the rope?
Yes, absolutely. Are you also grabbing that gold necklace?
Yeah, so I was gonna grab all of the scary things that I don't know if I should touch. I'm also, like, avoiding anything that, like, something that was not destroyed by a magical blast is something that worries me. So I'm like, so I'm gonna grab the bodies. Is the necklace? Where did you say the necklace was?
The necklace is on the original corpse that is hanging over the edge. You can grab a leg and pull it over.
Yeah, I was gonna grab all of the corpses, like all 3 of them, and bring them down kind of one at a time. I was just gonna do the bundle first, and I was gonna, because the orb is, like, still clutched in Joe's hand, I was just gonna leave it and, like, not fuck with it.
Okay.
Just grab his body, but, like, I can only carry one at a time.
Yeah. As you grab Joleth's body, you almost have to peel it off of the ground. And you try initially to pull it without hurting anything, but it is just a pull, and there's a creak and a pop and a snap. So you stop, but determined, you double back and just... Thankfully, spiders don't have ears, so it can't hear it, but you feel every second of this as the body comes loose. You bring it down. Returning, you grab...
I'm totally avoiding the broken floor, like, by crawling on the ceiling and the walls and stuff like that. So I'll take the bodies down kind of, like, one by one.
Yuale, as she was hunched over, is kind of difficult to pull off. But when she does come free, everything topples to the side. Clothes falling away, breaking off. And lastly, sorry?
She's very light.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, the remaining corpse. It is like dried wood. It should be significantly lighter, or it should be significantly heavier, but it is almost effortless to move this. You bring it down and have the bodies there. Tanzan and Thuso, as you take your time to find your centers, you turn back as Lucy has brought in everything. The bodies of their friends laying there, and the one unknown corpse.
Is it alright if I just peek into the other 2 rooms I hadn't been in yet?
Absolutely. Going in the center room, you open it up, and there is a spread of frost-covered blueprints. All different designs, which, if you would like to roll me an Arcana check, you can figure out what they mean.
And they are Arcana guys. Toasty.
Ooh, 10! +0.
While you're not the best at this, you can see the shape of this as a sphere with bands around it. 2 almost Mobius-like strips of runes, but it comes apart and is blown apart that in a way that you can't quite understand. But you know that this is definitely an early draft. And as you pick it up, you see a body, a small body, laying on top of a corner where these have all fallen down. A small, misshapen leg sticking out, and a hand. Roll me an Arcana check, please, again.
5.
Oh,
You have no idea what this is.
Is it like a body, like a person body that's like burnt, or like
It's like,
a corpse?
it's not burnt. It has just fallen down. Nothing in this room is burnt. But the body has large feet and large hands with skinny limbs and a small torso. The head is about twice the size of the rest of the creature. Its eyes, almost huge orbs, and ears, misshapen.
So this is something that doesn't look...
Natural.
Yeah, thank you. So it's not a person, per se.
Not a person per se, but it
You
looks
had me...
humanoidal.
I was about to cry, Cameron. I thought this was something else.
I know.
Okay. Well, that was frightening. Thank you.
And then the last room that you go into, do you take that body out, by the way?
Really don't want to touch anything. Does anything happen if I throw something at it?
Yeah. You take a rock up with your spider limb and you throw it.
Just take one of the boards and I just poke
Yeah.
it with a stick. Spider
And
with a stick.
It dents the creature. Like you stick it, and it just keeps denting into it, misshaping the form.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just don't know my own strength as a spider. Is it like, what sound does it make?
Like when you're kneading dough. Like a...
Oh, like when you're pushing the air out of it?
Yeah.
I don't know enough about this. I will make a note of it and attempt to communicate it to my companions later.
Okay. And in the last room, to the far north on the precarious edge that is still dangling off, you open the door and see a stack of 6 barrels. The reek of wine is intense, and a soft There's a set of crystals that are growing on the outside of this. They're kind of a pale, shadowy color in a salt crust formation around the edge. It looks like it's part of the stuff that's inside that is pushing itself out.
Do I know what it is?
Would you like to roll me an Arcana? Or do you have Alchemy Kit or Arcana's check?
I'm
That's
a
your
spider.
choices. Yeah.
All of my stuff is in me.
Sorry.
9.
9. This is a weird rock that's growing on a barrel. That's fucking weird.
I don't know, maybe it's a thing that happens to alcohol sugars after a while. That's what I'm chalking that up to. Weird. Sorry, what color were they? The crystals?
Like a smoky, pale color.
Coming out of the barrels?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just definitely assuming that's sugar growth or something.
Go ahead and taste some.
No, I'm not going to taste it. I don't even know how it works. I'm a spider. It's my con bonus as a spider.
Right, works better if I can actually.
You know, my con is better as myself, so we're not going to taste anything.
Okay.
And I have no immunities, so...
That's all you can find in that room is these 6 barrels frozen and having the mineral texture on the outside.
Yeah. I'm picturing it like when you're... And I'm sure you're seeing what I'm seeing in my brain, Virginia. The interior of the salt crystal growth underground inside of the... Yeah. In the tunnels underground. Okay. And then I'm gonna loop around to the very last room.
The one at the front?
Yeah, the one where the one that they couldn't get into with the door that's outside, not the door in, because there's no door inside the house.
Setting inside there is a series of metalworking tools.
I also took the blueprints, sorry.
Okay. Metalworking bands and hammers and fine scribing tools that are frozen onto the table. As soon as you step in, though, even as a spider crawling along the walls, there's an explosion of movement as a family of squirrels that had taken nest in one of the bookshelves runs out through the window.
Can I try and catch one?
Make me a dexterity check.
Oh god. Sorry. I don't... Yep. 13.
As a spider, your instinct is for fast-moving prey to attack it. As a very big spider, you can cover a lot of distance very quickly. While the lead squirrel ran off, you targeted it and grabbed it as the others scampered out.
Eat it.
Doesn't take very long. Bite it, inject it,
Stops moving.
and over the course of your examination of this room, you work away at it.
That's so fucking creepy.
Spider.
But that's everything that's in this room.
It's all stuck to the table?
Yep.
Okay, I will... Does the table move?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the table out.
Okay.
Push it off.
As you guys kind of snap in with Lucy having brought all of these things out, a table, a bindle, paper, all of this is set there. The bodies of your allies and one other still there.
In the meantime, Thuso, I don't know who had blankets in their packs, but he's going to go through He's going to go through packs and pull up blankets, and start. Except for Joleth, he's gonna go to Yuale's body and do his best because it's all whatevered, but he wants to hide it and wrap it. Joleth is holding a bomb
In both hands.
in both hands. Thuso was close enough to know he was.
You
touching
saw
it.
him. You saw him do the spell on it too, didn't you?
Well, I would have heard him cast. Yeah.
Or more like.
Yeah, you would have heard
And
that.
He's just gonna drape a blanket over top of Joe. He doesn't want to touch him, so he's just going to. Yeah, he's just gonna lay it over and cover the body, and then he's gonna put Yuale in the sleigh, but he's not going to touch Joleth's body. And then the stranger's body is untouched.
Okay. There's still that gold chain around the neck, which, getting close enough, you would be able to sense it.
Oh my god, John wants to grab that necklace so bad.
That's the bad thing.
I don't actually know where the orb came from. So no one really described the body in the corner with the orb.
I did.
No. I mean like out loud because
Oh,
I
yes.
can only see 10 feet.
Yep.
No one really. Yeah, Thuso's gonna.
You aren't alone. Tanzin is with you.
Tanzin is busy.
No.
With the
she's
birds.
not that busy.
Tanzin's busy with the birds.
She can.
Tanzin
can-
also has no context for Joleth touching the orb and dying.
It's true though.
That's right. I know how to meta my way out of shit.
Make your dumb choices.
Thuso's going to grab the necklace and rip it off of the guy's
Damn
neck.
it.
You're
I
gonna
was
rip
really
it?
hoping-
And I'm gonna rip it.
As you do, it pulls his head off.
Yep.
And it tumbles to the ground. And grabbing this necklace, you didn't feel anything. But as you pulled and very quickly and violently decapitated it, the head landing in the snow, every single one of you can feel a malicious energy.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's great.
Yeah.
It's
So-
there a moment and then fades, just like everything with the wind.
That's pretty much it, though. I'll pocket it.
As you run your thumb over top, you feel the image of a hand, or a set of hands cupped, holding a sun.
That's a god.
Oh, we know that he
Oh yeah, he's
is
a.
connected to like the worship of the god, the
Yeah.
sun god. So there's two
Oh,
names.
I just pissed off a god.
Lathander.
Thank
He's
you.
a follower of Lathander.
And Tanzin, you see this. You feel the intent. Lucy, you don't necessarily see it, but you definitely feel the intent which snaps your attention.
I just throw a snowball at Thuso.
And in the background, as
You're-
a table just falls.
Yeah.
How are you handling the death of three of your friends? Well, I'm, interior decorating. I'm pissing off a god, and I'm comforting my animals.
And throwing. This is what we do. We throw snowballs at shit we don't like.
Well, I'm just like, why the fuck would you do that?
and he puts it in his pocket.
What is it? Can I see it, Thuso? Bring it here.
I'll just hold it up.
It's a large necklace, completely made of gold, glittering, kind of like a tarnished gold, with that same symbol on one side.
Can I roll a religion check?
Oh, you may.
$14.
Okay. As far as you can tell, this has no real religious significance. You know that a number of worshippers tend to carry holy symbols, but the cupped hands doesn't remind you of Vander.
Pissed off a devil or some shit. Cool.
Or he was trying to make himself a god.
Nah, this is too easy. That's too easy. Fusa doesn't know that.
The left hand. It's a
It's a
purple
left
left
hand.
hand.
What do you know?
Wait.
But yeah, he'll just pocket it.
Okay.
For now.
I crawl back down.
Okay.
Did I dislodge any of the equipment?
Absolutely. You broke the table, dropping it down. It's very fragile. And all of the pieces of metal clang to the bottom as well as the tools. They can be easily picked up and put back into the bindle as well.
I stand by it. Chittering.
I'll come help organize that stuff. I can't really do anything for my animals right now.
I start drawing in the snow. The little body that I saw.
Roll a performance check to see if you can.
Alright. Oh. It's on the floor now.
Play charades.
5.
Pictionary.
It's like that scene in a very popular DreamWorks where a dragon tries to draw something that he is damn sure looks like something.
Got little bits of like squirrels stuck in my teeth, or in my I don't know what.
A bit of the tail still that you.
It's very distracting.
How upset are the birds?
Very. The longer this goes on and the more that things are being brought up, they're starting to get rambunctious and starting to pull away, and they're pulling against each other in the opposite directions. The more that these bodies come out and the more that the spider comes around.
So, while Tanzan, I'm sure, is busy collecting tools, is what I understand, is going to walk over and start to softly speak to it.
Okay.
Like all the birds individually, and try to calm them.
You can roll me a handle animal check.
This might end up really bad. I can only make it worse.
It's been a night. I don't think anyone's rolled over 10 yet. Ah! It's been a 1.
I got a 9.
Oh, okay.
Better than I rolled.
As
Shit.
you run up, you're like, okay, these things need to calm down really quick. You're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And it's just, you're not used to calming animals this way. And it's your feelings, too, that you're trying to keep in check. And you can't control your voice necessarily. And you spook them, and they don't settle down.
Yeah.
They're starting to move the sleigh, and right now it's only that they've been trained that they're remaining in place, but they're going to be very difficult to handle.
So after attempting to be helpful, turns around and says, "Yeah, we're gonna need to go."
Continue pointing to my shitty drawing.
I kind of
Also,
go.
I feel like Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was like, I kind of like give you a thumbs up, slowly back away, and then make my way back to the birds again, trying to calm them down once more.
Okay.
We're all like,
The difficulty is just going up as we
Yeah, I
keep
know.
trying this.
oh shit.
I rolled a 15 that time.
Wonderful. Now I have a question. Which song are you singing?
What do you do with Drunken Sailor?
So I think the song like I'm singing. Has anybody watched Poldark?
I actually have it queued up if you would like me to play it for those listening.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, it is this song. And for everyone who couldn't hear that on the stream, the song that was playing was How the Tide Rushes In, sung by Anne Dudley from the Chamber of Orchestra of London, from the show Poldark Deluxe Edition. Now, the axe beaks are completely calm, and from that moment, seeming to string on, your allies are welled to emotion. And in that moment, things settle, as if the storm around you listens just a moment. And the snow stops falling as hard, the wind stops beating, and the faint smell of the salt breeze from the ocean can be smelled even this far away.
Lucy returns to her human form. I think I've gotten everything I could get out of there.
We try to put as much as we can on the sleigh, including our friends, and I think we should go back.
Lucy just sort of takes Tansin's hand and takes Thuso's hand and
I take Thuso's other stump.
Stop. I forgot. You know, it sounds ridiculous, but I can't help but thinking about my gran. Something she told me when I was a kid. She'd, before my pa was born, shortly, she lost my grandfather, and I asked her how she went on afterward. And she told me that when you care about people, when you love them, they stay in your heart. As long as your heart beats, they get to live on inside of you. I didn't really understand what she meant until now.
I don't have any profound words I can think of. It's the only song I know about loss. That's all I have. I know that the people that are left here with me, you guys, are what matter now, and I promise I'm not purposely gonna go anywhere.
I've lost a lot, but best we can do is keep going. So, kind of give like he'll like you're holding his stuff. He'll like kind of shake and then give you pats on the back. And I need help with Joleth. I don't touch the orb.
I walk over with you to Jolith's body.
Can we put like a blanket over it?
He's already got a blanket. He's covered.
Oh, like over like over the orb and like
His whole body. It looks like it's a tent. Like I just laid it over top of his whole.
Okay.
So it's not visible.
What if we detached a portion of his arm?
How dare
Which one? Thuso asks, looking down. Kind of pulls the blanket off.
Well, I mean, conveniently, one of my arms is actually detachable.
Is it? No,
Well, depending on how melted it is.
It's pretty toasty.
I'll just kind of. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that it is locked in place. The mechanics are not moving anymore.
So I guess I'll just like look up at Lucy and then kind of look down and grab the metal arm and kind of just violently tug. He doesn't know how to unlock it.
You grab it and kind of gingerly move it back and forth, and it doesn't take much strength from the metal fatigue and everything. You pull it, and a couple extra pieces come, as well as a few sickening cracks of the other hand that held the other side.
So, like, is it yeah, so if I lift up the metal arm, is it just holding with one hand on the other side?
That's the pulling, which as you hold it, that's okay. As you hold it there, luckily the face of your friend covered. Give a bit of distance. You're all staring at this thing, which I'm going to describe in great detail. The silver, steel, Mobius stripped bands, two circling around, pivot around a single porous orb. The rock is very rough, and it's kind of like a black pumice that does not keep any snow or ice on it. The runes on the outside are all carved in Celestial. Does anyone speak Celestial? Anyone alive? Anyways. No? And there's a strange mash of swirls and dots, marked to have meaning, but you're unsure what of. As you have it there, we are going to jump back to about the 30 minutes this has taken to our friends. All of the actions you have taken will continue to play out. There's very little your friends can do from where they are. You are all there, seeing your true selves. How you perceived yourself in this form is how you appear. You are whole. You are whatever you believe. And there, standing over the pit, Macridius, staring down at the sphere that Jolith had just recently activated, clutched in his hands. Jolith, is anything different of the way that you appear to yourself?
No, actually, he still very much looks like how he is, even with like the mechanical arm. Like it is exactly who he thinks he is.
All right. Yuale, how do you appear to be? How does Yuale see herself? An extension of the ego.
You see a non-thin version of whoever she was before you met her, with hair that's actually more of a pure silver color instead of the dark silver that you've kind of only seen her hair to be, with her tusks quite long and sharp, but very just kind of like whole of person. She's not thin, she's not emaciated, she's got a fresh, healthy glow, and she's got a very kind of old demeanor, like a old soul, so to speak, like a very wise and knowing soul, that is very much emanating from the fact that her hair is like long and it kind of almost falls halfway down her thighs and it's not constrained in the ether.
Okay. And also sat beside you is a swirling black mist with large orbis eyes that just stare. It is in the form of a tadpole. Or of a small frog creature like you have seen Son of Yargle, that he himself does not see him that way. And thus, it is in flux.
Actually, there is actually a little bit of a difference as I'm kind of like thinking about it. His face has actually taken on more elven features. He still is like a half orc. He still has the half orc tusks, but his ears have a very like have a longer pronounced like elvish point to them. Yeah.
And last but certainly not least, standing outside as you had before been clutching Tanzin, willing a feeling and drawing your feather to her, is Astra. Do you appear any different than you feel? Okay, I thought she might. Might not. And there, they cannot see Sten as of yet, so I will save the description. But you can hear them now in the way that there is nothing in this world begin to stir. You can feel that there is a presence of others. What is everyone doing?
We're... Are we dead?
Well, I believe so.
God.
Yeah, he turns and faces you, the fire still glowing.
Right,
Up
Macredius is
right.
just a giant glowing head.
Yeah.
Okay.
With skeletal hands.
Right.
That just float.
Oh. Are you Macredius?
I introduced myself just recently, so yes, that has not changed.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, a little bit of a shock right now.
I don't see why. Someone of your intellect should be able to figure this out quite quickly.
Oh, well, thank you. I think
Should.
good. And then, like, he also kind of dawns as he sees Uale there, and like, looks. And like, Uale, you see, Uale, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. I didn't.
Joel, it's okay. Death's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, no,
It's just a different stage.
Well,
Whether you meant to or not doesn't really matter.
apparently, though, there's some.
Have you never experienced someone passing in your life before?
Well, death is not necessary. It's less that I haven't killed someone by accident like this that I was close to. And
She'll just reach out. I don't know if she can try and touch his hands, but she wants to just take his hands.
As you reach out and try to move, like just walking, because you guys were like 10 feet away.
Yeah.
Walking does not work.
Mm.
You are still standing over or inside of your bodies at this point.
Oh. Okay.
And then as you reach out and go to walk, you feel your legs moving, but you don't go anywhere.
Are we stuck like this?
Like what? As Macredius just kind of floats around to face you, still over top of the pit.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Stuck where?
Well, currently where I am.
Why don't you move?
Well, we don't know. This is new to us.
Yuale would like to take just like a minute, and she wants to focus like she did when Son of Yargle kind of taught her to focus on herself to harness the chaos into magic, and she wants to do that same thing, but to move.
Okay, which direction?
She'll move towards Macredius, I guess.
Okay, you do.
Cool.
With that thought of will, you just move almost instantaneously, but there is still movement to right beside. It's at the speed of thought. And I thought I was going to have to explain it, but it seems that maybe I was mistaken, young man. Maybe you weren't the one I'd hoped for. Well, you're dead now anyways. As he drifts off, I would advise not going too far from the capital.
Are we bound to this area now?
I would advise.
You know, a little more. You know what? Never mind.
What happens if our friends take our bodies away?
I don't know.
Alright. And she's gonna float over to the book, and she wants to try and, if she can, she wants to look and see what the book says.
It says ether on the outside. And it's like just a fragment of a burnt book. Astra, you've heard talking and some pleiades and conversation and movement. What are you doing? You are muted still. Oh. It is about this time that Lucy, Thuso, and Tanzin have had that moment together, bringing Thuso back. Him taking your body to move to the sleigh, and Tanzin going over to try settle the axe beaks. You can hear the faint bits of the first attempt to sing, but emotion welling up. And you can see Thuso going through contemplative thought, his pale eyes not seeing you, but feeling your body. Seeing that there's no longer life there, as desperately as he searches.
Okay. If I can see Tanzin's gut company at least, I will look at Sten and shake my head and go find the other two.
Sten looks back at you, and it's much like staring at yourself, as you do occupy the same space necessarily, but you can see him as much as you can yourself. he looks exactly as you described him before to you. And with this thought you've already figured out how to do before, they are you always moving to the book. Jolith is still there, trying to figure out how to move, just in that realization that it happens. Macretius giving the warning, and you are there, standing in the doorway. And that's when they see Sten for the first time. Sten does not have the same form that Astra sees. You see Sten as he is. An enveloped shadow, grotesque proportions, set over top of the frame of Astra, exactly as she seems to be in life as she is in death. Enormous clawed hands set over top, not yet protective, but warning. Sunken features for a face made of the shadow. And lastly, small, wispy red images moving up, and a blur of movement in front, cycling like planets around a star, staring at you. 50 eyes or more witnessed in this movement around. They are looking at all of you.
When Jolith comes to the full realization of this thing, he kind of lets out this oh, and moves back 15 feet, just involuntarily.
Yeah, you immediately.
It's just oh. Astra,
Jolith,
what is that?
what is what?
The thing, the shadow thing around you, 50
No.
eyes. No. What?
That's such a rude thing to ask her.
There's a thing there.
Well, I have a thing here too. You just can't.
Yes,
go
but we
ask
know about
people
your thing. We
their-
don't know about this thing.
I think it's a little rude to describe it like it's. Oh my god! There's a big thunder. Sorry, right?
Oh
It's
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
actually. Actually, I'll be right back. I gotta close
Yeah,
the window.
I gotta go check something. Sorry.
A brief interlude because there's a storm. on the
Well,
west
we had a storm warning, so I'm not surprised.
I woke up to a thunderstorm this morning, but well, I shouldn't say woke up. It was 20 seconds of consciousness, and then I slept till 11. So
Ooh, there we go.
Cam, is the AC unit on?
Yes, it was, because I wanted to cool it down. I'm going to turn it off now.
Okay. I can just see it dripping above me. I'm like, what is
Yeah.
happening?
Oh shit.
you're in the
And I've got
basement.
headphones on,
Yeah.
so-
Yeah, no, it's raining on this side. That's good.
The
see
wind's
the
really
wind.
picked up.
Yeah, I can see the wind.
You'll probably get it in the next few minutes, maybe.
I should probably go close my doors then.
And then at the same time, everybody goes offline except for me. Just sitting here guys.
Yeah.
It's raining men.
Sorry.
Hallelujah. Yeah.
Oh, and I can switch back to this.
So,
So-
Jolith and
So
Golly.
when Yuali says it's a little rude to describe it, it's a little rude to describe it as it is.
And everything that's just happened. We could maybe not react like that to. This is. There's more important things, I think, than asking what is it? It probably is sentient. Look at all the eyes. I just think it's a wee bit rude.
Joel's just.
I'm just saying, Son of Yargle wouldn't really like being referred to as an it either.
It just stares.
That's Sten.
Oh, that's Sten.
I think Uali's the only one who doesn't know about Sten.
Actually, no, I don't know. Do I actually know about Sten? No.
You guys have seen her muttering to herself, and she might have mentioned it, but you've never talked about it with her.
Yeah, I've never talked. Sten. Oh, that clears it all up. Sten. Who is Sten? I'm sorry, I'm being rude. Hello, Sten. Pleasure to meet you. Who are you?
Sten just growls and hisses. Like,
Told you were being rude, and I've made a very bad first impression. Anyway, Astra, it's very nice to meet Sten, and I don't know if it's a good thing to say I'm glad you're here, because we're all, floating in the ether or whatever, but I mean, she just kind of wills herself over to Astra, and goes to kind of hug her, and then not know what to do, and be like, I'm very sorry that I couldn't catch you when you fell.
I think what we should have taken away from this is not go charging off ahead without a better plan. Those boards did not sound good.
No, they didn't.
It has been a very turbulent time that we have spent together, and I don't have to keep a face to keep him under control anymore, so I'm more upset for Tanzin. This is a path that I've been trained for. I'm okay. I am sad that I finally got news about Atron to fall to my death. But don't touch the orb. I didn't touch the orb. Don't charge in ahead. We charged in ahead. There was many mistakes made. Many. If you manage to get out of this spirit realm, if your gods are more generous, or whatever the hell happens here, awesome. A lot of this could have been avoided. And Sten is pissed.
The entire time Astra's been talking, Sten's would growl deeper and his size would swell.
Well, I'd agree there was mistakes made. I don't think there's any point to harping on them while we're all in a spirit form. Fate is fate. I'm not going to try and not learn from it, of course. But I think there's already enough pain experienced by all of us here because of what's happened. And I'd like to try and find a way to either move on, or then she looks at Macredius. Leave the cabin, if that's a possibility.
I told you, don't leave the cabin. At this time, a giant spider runs through all of you.
Oh, fuck.
And is beginning to collect things and go through doors.
Can I pet Lucy?
As you do, you reach out, and the spider's still moving. You go and touch Lucy, or do you just want to will the feeling of touch? Like you wish you could touch her.
I'm gonna will the feeling again.
You don't need to roll for it. And you can see the fur and hairs on the back of Lucy's abdomen get pushed down in your hand shape for just a moment. And that's when Spider Lucy stops for a minute and looks around. Must have brushed up against the table and then skitters more into the bedroom.
Interesting.
So, Macredius, how long have you been here?
I'd say only a few minutes.
Minutes? You literally died minutes before we got here.
Oh yes, just before you showed up, I died.
Well, that's a cruel twist of fate, I think is what that is.
That's what you're talking about.
Well, I was coming here to find you. We all were.
Yes,
Why?
we were here to-
And she, like, kind of very politely gestures to Son of Yargle and back to myself. Well, you see, I was told that you might be able to help me with something. Oh, well, this is Son of Yargle, and prior to this moment, he was a salad tadpole living in my body. And I was directed to you potentially for help from several people, actually.
Seems they've got it wrong. I don't deal with organics.
Noted.
Now, you said it was a slad, correct?
That's right.
Interesting. I can see where they got confused. See, I am more research in the Nepalese engineering and researching lost organics, and slads did feature into a number of Nepalese experiments. Simple confusion, of course. You know, heir of the living.
Do I have any idea what he's talking about?
Roll me an Arcana check. Here comes the thunder.
Yeah, that was really loud. Ooh.
That was very loud.
It's
I
right
heard
over
that.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Through
it's
all of
right
your
over-
microphones.
There it is.
Hey, 23.
I'm sorry, what were we rolling?
Arcana.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
I know when the floor shakes from the lightning, you start to get a little concerned.
Yeah. That is some serious thunder going on.
It's okay, pal.
Hey guys, I actually have Arcana now, so 21.
Hey.
I guess I can cheat.
Alrighty. Well, the Netherese are a forgotten, well, not necessarily forgotten, sect of magic users. Currently, the people which do live in Netherese, or in Nethar, or in the Thorian areas, continue to live. Now it is a shadow of the extent and arcanic engineering and mastery. Ancient Netherese built a number of floating cities, rivaling the gods, trying to take divinity for themselves and show that they could not be mere playthings of the gods. These cities traveled throughout the world.
Oh, oh, oh.
Yeah, we're about to get it, so.
Holy shit, that shook the house. Damn. Ooh.
Yeah, that one was right over my house, like not even a mile away.
Hear it.
But their magic that constructed these floating cities led to most of the magic items that people find and hide away now. They are the reason there is forgotten magic spread throughout of Faerun. ancient artifacts of immeasurable power, not just created by deities, but created by mere mortals.
Right? I've heard of them. I've heard some stories.
Yeah, we covered some of my classes, a few of my studies on the Netherese.
It's basic arcanic history.
I mean, is that what you have here then? This object that killed both you and us? It was something from there.
Please. This is an improvement. This is completely of my make. Microtizing the power that once was used to rival the gods to instead lift this wretched land from the curse. This is the summer star. This is a complete my creation.
Wow.
Reverse engineered.
That is fascinating. You're trying to make your own sun.
Trying, I succeeded.
Well, I mean, you blew yourself up. So
It's not
A
currently
mere-
burning.
A mere mishap.
Oh.
It is nearly perfect.
Right. Nearly perfect. How are you going to get it into the sky, though? Are you just going to
no.
throw it?
No. I understand. Your simple mind cannot comprehend. This does not
That's
go
just
and
sarcasm,
replace.
darling.
It
That's
does
just
not
sarcasm.
He continues talking. It does not simply replace the sun. What it does is you take it in your hands, and it allows you to control the very fabric of nature itself.
Oh, well, I'm really glad Lucy has it now then, because she's going to destroy that shit if she figures out what it does.
I don't believe that would be good. This is what will stop this never-ending rhyme. When it is finished and completed.
when it is finished and completed,
Praise
by
be unto
some-
Lathander.
by you who can no longer interact with the physical world.
Well, I had hoped that you would be the one to pick up the proverbial torch, as it were. All of my notes are in my laboratory, and there's more than enough materials here. I just can't quite, for the life of me, figure out what went wrong.
You said you
It's-
had notes?
Yes, up there. And he would gesture into his laboratory. Which conveniently, you would see Lucy skittering through to the bedrooms and then into the place and start picking at papers.
Would I kind of like float in there? Would I be able to kind of see the notes as like she's rifling through them?
Yep. But most of them are turned face down.
Damn.
Do you...
In his habit, he tries to reach out and like grab and like...
Your hand passes right through them.
Astra goes to grab them.
Yeah, you don't even physically grab them. You just, the mental thought moving out, and the papers would flip over. And luckily, Lucy isn't paying attention to those papers as they flip up. And you would see the designs.
Right, I don't physically have a body. Everything is mental. Right. Poor habits.
I mean, if you were my brother, I'd suggest a game of wits, but I feel like that's not the time or place.
Well, obviously, I am the one with the least amount of them, so...
Oh, Joe. Come on now.
Um,
If anyone's going to get it out of it, it's the three of us.
Thank you.
Astra, even though you have moved over to move the papers, you can feel Sten's gaze still turned back into the room.
What do you see, Sten? I'm asking him, Corey.
Yeah. He would answer back, "The shadow."
Good shadow, bad shadow?
The shadow. It sits there, taunting us on the ground. And his eyes that swirl around for all of you, you still see Sen as he is, looking humanoidal, Astra, down at Son of Yargle. The rest of you see these myriad of eyes floating around constantly as they gum through that vision, focusing on him and moving away, his body bending backwards and head twisting to look at it in a defensive posture. The memories of the circus, they plague me here. The thing that came out, the shadow. I can feel its power here.
Can I try and summon one of the psychic daggers?
As you go to pull it out, the energies form, but as you do so, you feel your life begin to fade away
Ooh,
and have to stop.
damn it.
Are you all right?
No. And I'll just point to where Sten is, like,
Son of Yargle.
Yes.
what do you know about a circus?
What is a circus? Everyone can hear him.
Well, okay, now this makes sense.
He only knows what I know, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Well,
He
I mean,
crawls across the ground over towards Yuale's feet.
she'll pick him
Does-
up if she can.
Oh yeah, he just
Just Joel is not the most insightful person, but like, does Yargle only know what? Like,
roll an
I
insight
want.
check.
Yeah, I kind of want to get. I'm curious.
Fucker.
Let's see. Hey, insight. 18.
That's a 4.
As far as both of you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Well,
Son of Yargle would look up at Yuale. Is this the circus? And his thought goes through, and then he looks at you expectantly. You cannot see what I see anymore.
Here we're separate. But I can describe it to you if you'd like.
I would like that.
Right. And she'll go through and describe as best she can as what a circus is and the big tents and what they do. She obviously doesn't know anything about Astra's circus, but she's just describing the most generic circus she can imagine.
Yep. And this takes quite a while, and you seem a little lost in explaining this. And it takes a while. This is when Lucy, having now kind of collecting the papers, Jolith Can I get you to roll me an insight check?
Insight.
Yeah. You're seeing all of these blueprints being flipped over.
Insight is only 4.
You do have advantage on this since
Oh.
technically Astra has assisted you by flipping some of the papers over.
Oh, thank God! 19! Woohoo!
Going through, as Lucy is literally grabbing each of these blueprints and snatching them up, you're panically trying to read them because you want her to stop, but you can't dedicate brain space to this. You have to, and you have a moment where all of these pieces come linking in, and you see the problem. You see where the failure was in the design. It's nearly imperceptible. And you think you can fix it. You think you could finish this and perfect it. This mastermind was playing an off key, and you've heard it.
Have you... Sorry. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I think... Damn! Yes! I think, hey. And like, I kind of like float back out to Macredius, and I'm like, and like, I'm going through like what he was saying. Like, I go through like some of his notes and his things. I'm like, did you, and like, you did, but when you were here, you did this, and when you should have done, like, you did this, right?
Yeah.
And then like, I'm kind of like going through and then like being like, and kind of like explaining that to him.
And it's very much a meeting of the minds. This is probably the first time in a number of months you've been able to talk at this high level of arcanic scientific engineering level.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks,
But it is
sweetie.
at peak
I
stressing
wish my hair looked this good.
your level of intellect. You are making leaps, and he's there.
Wish.
Like this does work, right? And he's just there going, yes, this is how that works, and yes, and he's waiting for you to get to the point, and then as you skim past the part that he had wrong, he goes, yes,
Right?
yes,
Yes,
and
yeah.
he starts talking with you, and what it is it came down to a simple miscalibration of the protective rings. You needed one more. And there are the materials here to fix it.
Can actually fix.
And you two will begin super focusing in when your bodies are grabbed.
Oh.
First, it's
no.
yours, and you feel it as if something is grabbing onto you and twisting you. Sickening crunch and pull as you see the hesitancy of Lucy grabbing you. And as soon as it comes off the ground and has moved, you are racked in pain. You feel as if you're dying all over again.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh, I understand why you're doing this, but
Until
it's fine. It's fine.
Lucy is past the cabin. And then all feeling is gone.
No.
You can feel a bit of yourself fading. And Macredius, he does stop and realize what's happening. He goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, at least I know how to fix it. Goodbye."
Motherfucker, I am still here.
Roll me a intelligence check, or an intelligence saving throw, please.
Oh God. 18.
Wonderful. You sit there, and that spark of intellect that had just come to light, you build it. Whether through the anger in your blood, the fire that's there, you
there's
take the intellect and the passion and force it together, and you, as your soul is being pulled apart, force it back together.
I feel like there's a bit of that half-orc side that refuses to die is now in this moment, kind of like rearing itself of like, motherfucker, no, you don't.
Interesting. As the rest of you would have seen his form fading to nothing. And that's when Lucy begins to return to grab Uale.
Uale, hold on.
She is in the
Careful.
middle of talking about the circus. As you feel the pain, and it's both you and Son of Yargle who scream out as your body is lifted.
Yeah, Jolas just like rushes over and just is like, just is in like an attempt to like hold on to like to Uali's shoulders, is like, just hold on, all right, just will yourself to hold on. Trying to provide whatever assistance I can, if I can.
What do you do, Uale?
In this moment, so there's like that moment of screaming, and then she's gonna focus on herself, because if anything, this has taught her that she needs to be more, I guess, like self-centered or self-focused. So she's gonna draw on everything that she knows that she is, and her eyes are gonna turn white from green as she tries to pull the pain and center that into tethering her to reality.
As you do that, Son of Yargle grabs your face and just says, "Good. You're learning." As he begins to fade away. And I would like you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no, there's so much pressure to choose the right dice.
Oh, you can do it! You can
Okay. That was a natural 18 plus 2 is dirty 20.
Oh.
You go through, and as you snap in, you're fine. You feel as if your physical form has been moved, and you are no longer tethered to the feeling. And faintly, Yargle is still there, but barely clinging on. He's not touching you, even spiritually, but his presence is there.
As she's like still holding him, you have the choice too, you know. You have the power to focus and channel it just like you taught me to. Do you want to stay? Or do you want to go?
Or leave.
He doesn't answer.
Do I have an understanding if he is already past the point? Like he is just fading?
You can make no connection to him. He is there, but you can't extend out. You can't focus in. Sten would mutter in Quarry, "The shadow is falling. This is good."
I heard Brittany through camps.
Astra, what are you doing? Besides flipping the papers over for Jolith.
So those.
Yeah, you didn't feel this when your body was moved.
Probably because I died on a cliff on the rocks and not with the sun, or star, sun, whatever this thing is. Summer star.
Summer star.
So I should be confused as to why those two are acting not okay. Put two and two together and go, oh. Okay. Well, let's see what I can do. I can leave the cabin, no problem, I'm pretty sure. So, I'm going to go and find Tanzin and try to, like, make the signs to be like, stop, don't go. Try to kick up a stink.
This is at the time where the materials, or the table is thrown onto the ground with the shattering of wood and metal. This beautiful song is being sung, and the three are gripping hands and just letting go.
Wait, did they just throw out all the materials we needed?
And then they begin to climb on to get ready to leave, ripping Jolith's arm out.
Am I able to like look outside and like?
Yeah, you see that.
I kind of like I like. Okay, they moved the body, but they can't do anything. Oh my god! Why?
And
Damn
actually,
it!
just before that, you guys wouldn't see, but Macredius is staring out the cabin door at the body being decapitated. And you hear, by the light that shines, I will destroy you if I get the chance.
Oh.
And that's when you would all feel that
Malicious
energy emanate out. And then you would see the ripping off, and that's when Astra is there, and you are standing right in front of them, Astra. They can't see you, and that's when we're going to jump back into everybody happening at the same time. But just before then, since I know it's now been a couple hours, I think this is a good point to take a 10-minute break if people need to refill drinks, use the washroom, prepare what they're going to say for the next portions, or your plans for getting out of it. So
we need to move the bodies to respect them and give them a decent burial. What the fuck? No!
I know it's gonna take off your hand.
Habitate? Oh my god.
It's just, we don't want to touch it because it's dangerous. Like a fucking drumstick. Jesus.
Like a fucking drumstick.
So we will meet back at 3:10, 3:11 to jump right back in. Is that okay with everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Groovy.
Yeah.
I'll see you shortly.
We are such a group of fuck.
Excuse me.
I love how it's always the laugh through Cam every time, and it's just like all you hear is like a ha, and then
But we will jump right back in. So, Astra had moved out. Everything was settling in, and we are now all the same time. So, ULA, you are still technically in the cabin, holding on to whatever remains of Son of Yargle. Jolith, you are there, seeing it after having come to the Epiphany. Astra, you are out, standing on around the sleigh, on the sleigh, wherever you'd prefer. Thuso, Lucy, Tanzin, I'm guessing you're preparing to go.
yeah,
Yeah.
I wrap the arm and hand and orb in its own blanket, or even like a bedspread or something.
Mhm.
And just so that it's kind of separate, but I leave part of the arm hanging out, so it's kind of like a handle, and then I put it in the cart on top of Joleth's, body that's been properly wrapped, like the others.
Well, I think we should go over all of this stuff at the ramshackle.
I don't see much of a reason to stay, so
Well, unless you want 6 barrels of very interesting smelling wine. I think you're just going bad, though. There's like growing crystals out of it.
wow. Ugh.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Honestly, I just want to move on.
Can you all see them like starting to leave from inside the cabin where she is?
Unfortunately, no. Astra
Okay.
also had moved there first, so I'm giving her first dibs.
She's grabbing Tanzin to like force a presence and hopefully in some way say
So are you grabbing the shoulders? Are you grabbing the hands? Where are you grabbing? And what are you trying to move?
oh, I have to move. I can't really talk. She will unblanket Yuale and Joe, and she'll just try to be
So-
like, stop.
It's you do it, and it's you reach with your hands and your hands go through, but you're trying to will thought at the same time as you're moving them, so it's your hands go down and move, but as like an after reaction the blankets are just thrown off.
What the fuck?
What?
In conjunction with that,
Hel-
Ooh.
can I try to will my mechanical hand to open?
No!
Yes, you can. If you roll me a charisma check.
Oh no! Well,
Oh, it's like a
Yes.
I mean, what's the? Ooh, that's a 6.
So the hand but doesn't open. And Yuale?
What the fuck?
So Yuale has seen them both kind of like leave, and so she's going to will herself out, but at such a speed that where she stops, I want the snow to kind of whirl around her and kind of she's hoping that it'll land like on her spectral form if she can.
As you move out with that instantaneous speed, it actually doesn't affect anything physically. So, but as you go, you want, and you land, and you want to make your presence known. A bit of snow is in like a small divot, but not very much has moved up. About like I had 2 handfuls.
Lucy like
If you just
sticks
grab
her
it and-
arm out in front of Tanzan and sort of like puts herself between what she's perceiving as a threat.
Tanzin's like got her axe up. She's like, oh god.
Can I move Astra's pin of Saloon and like take it off to have it like float?
No!
Yes, you can. As you reach down and pick it up, her cloak would move the pin up and floating, but just the briefest of time. The longer you hold it there, Astra, the more strain it is, and you can actually feel yourself again coming apart at the seams, and it's almost at that limit of like barely a few seconds that you can hold it maintained in the air where it drops down onto your corpse's chest.
Okay.
I think I pissed off a god.
Did we all? Okay.
Are we under attack?
Everybody stop.
Wait. What if I pray?
To whom?
Saloon?
I mean,
Okay.
you do what you need to do.
I'm gonna try that. We're gonna, because I think my anger earlier may have made a mistake. So.
Jolith looks at Astra. It's like, should I do the hand thing again?
No. If she prays, I could intervene with this, maybe.
Okay.
What?
Well,
Wait, aren't you going to get in trouble for impersonating your own god?
No. I am technically the body of a god, technically, so no.
What?
I can't
What?
hear any of this.
You know what? I'm
That-
just gonna let that slide for now. We need to get back in our corporeal bodies. You do your thing.
Saloon
Is
would
it
understand
working?
it's a knowledge-based thing. It's a smart thing to do. She would be proud. I think.
All right, well, that would work for you. But what about us? Because the snow thing didn't work. What about one of the notes? Do you think they'd know if I took one of the notes out?
If I could get everyone to stop, then that solves a lot of our problems. They won't go.
So, what's going on?
I'm
What is
praying.
actually happening? Okay, you're
Hey, Saloon. Sorry for being rude earlier. Are my friends okay? Can you give me a sign or something else? Or, I don't know. Just, I don't know what to do, and I don't want to incur your wrath more. Yeah, amen.
Yeah, I'm in.
Amen. I said amen.
Yeah, I'm in now.
I'm in.
I believe in you now.
Okay.
Converts.
Okay. Astra's going to grab Tanzin's hands and have a presence. And she'll just try to mind link something and just say, don't go.
Tanzin, you have your hands up and you make that prayer, and a moment or two pass as you have your hands open, and that's when you feel something slide over and take your hand on both of them, and it's almost a sticky, waxy cold. But the pressure is there. And you can feel the movement up and down, and you're not the one moving your hands. Oh my god!
Anzin, why are you doing that?
I'm not. Something is moving my hands. I think I did it.
Wait, could you?
Okay,
could
this
you
is just a
possess
lot.
one of them?
What?
Could you possess one of them and just do the talking?
Does anyone else feel really overwhelmed right now?
Do so.
Has anyone actually tried to talk, though? Astra, did you try
Yes.
it before?
Yeah.
Astra did.
Yeah.
Just now. Nothing happened.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay.
You seem to be taking this to like duck on a water. I mean,
Trying to think. Tanzin, can I maybe?
okay.
She'd be more susceptible to it.
I don't know. I think Thuso might be easier.
Uzo has a pretty good wisdom score, you fucking asshole.
It's not going to be wisdom.
Charisma.
Though.
It's
Yeah.
I think it's a charisma because it's like
Yeah.
a force of
Possessions.
personality.
Oh, you're
I
right. No, you're totally right.
Would Astra know that though?
How are you trying to do this, Astra?
She's gonna try to do it like when she mind links with people, if that's something she could do, but try to like mind link but get the dialogue going, and it may not be whoever she can possess's voice, but it'll be Astra's voice.
So you're attempting that mind link and you're almost there. And it's at the point where it's almost as if the thin veil that separates you is the thing holding you back. And it's bending, and you can almost, but if this were to tear it, it would be a break in reality. The mind link isn't working. It's like walking through cellophane.
That was a no-go. Fuck. The mirror. The mirror shard.
What if I could see our reflection? Because it's
I had a
magical,
dream
isn't
about
it?
this once. So.
Just absently, just because Jolith is now intellectually interested in this question, he goes over to Thuso, kind of like steps inside his like body in like the ghostly kindness, and then like tries to will himself to like be like, I am Thuso.
Okay. So
No.
I am Thuso. Thuso is one with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am with Thuso. Thuso is one with me. I am with Thuso, and Thuso is one with me.
as you slip in, trying your best to fit, Thuso, coming from the back, you feel cold spread out, and as if something is just pushing into your back, and it goes over top of your whole body, and then is moving inside. The same sticky, waxy, cold feeling had started at one point where the arms went in, and then up to the elbows, and then throughout your back and inside, and this churning your stomach. And as Jolith is there trying to be as Thuso-y as possible, and will himself, there's a pressure inside of your body, and your gut is moving up your throat, and you begin to vomit.
Guys, something. Just like
Yeah.
Oh, something's wrong.
But sadly, as you see Thuso bend over to vomit, you're still remaining there in the spot that you thought you had.
I mean, hey, progress.
Whoever's doing this, you need to stop.
So sorry, you're right. And
Something's inside me.
goes over to him and starts like rubbing his back. She's like, "Well, it won't be for long if you keep this up."
So
And she like pulls Ginger out and like puts it into his face.
Just kind of like.
If you chew on it, it'll. Oh god.
Yuale?
Yuale's gonna float over to her pack, and she's gonna will paper and her quill out if she can.
Yep. If the pack would open, and then you can pull out. But it's the same thing. You can pick something up, and as it remains suspended, it drops down.
She's mostly wanting to just have the paper out. She doesn't necessarily want to have it float up. What she wants to try and do with the quill is try and make a legible scribble. Even if it's just here or me, or try and write. She might even start with like Lucy or something. She just wants to see if she can manipulate the quill or like to stop, to write stop.
As it comes out, and drops down. You can, and it's actually easier to write things or things that are a little lighter. It's the remaining suspended in the air that was difficult for a long period of time. Having something quickly go and just enough of a word to get done is about the extent, like maybe 1 or 2 words. You think you could write more if you spent minutes literally picking up and every couple of seconds writing a few letters and dropping down, but stop would get just about out and it's very scribbly before the quill drops down.
What if we
Now-
tapped out? Sorry.
That's okay. Tanzin's hands are still being held. And you can still feel the presence there. And when you try to move your hands, you could pull them away, but you can feel them being held there.
It doesn't feel like a divine presence, so I'm going to I'm gonna touch the pull one hand away and touch the feather in my hair. Astra? That's not possible though, but
Can I do the shadow right in her hand of
Absolutely. Yes. I'm
One
guessing.
letter at a time. Well, that's creepy.
I have an idea. What if we tap out Morse code on their bones?
The ginger's not working. The ginger's not working.
Just sitting there tapping it out on his bone.
So
Just got to give it time, big guy.
the message of Astra, yes. And then as Lucy is there rubbing Thuso's back, she would see the paper of, what's the word you were writing?
Stop.
Stop.
Alright. This has taken a turn for the fucking weird.
It's still in me.
Yep, he hasn't left.
I'm
still-
like, okay, fine, I'll step out.
Instantly better.
Oh. Was it, Tanzin, was it waxy? Was it a waxy,
yeah.
something was inside me?
I think
Whoever
Astra
wanted-
was holding my hands. So
You know
I
what?
don't-
It was Joe. It was Joe. He's
How do you know
angry
it
at me. I ripped off his arm. Who else would do that to me?
I swipe my hand through his face.
Just.
Yes, just the gag reflex.
You know what I said
Oh,
that
yeah,
our
what?
friends live on inside of us? This is not what I meant.
Right? Yes.
So is my it's just a gag reflex every time I need an affirmative.
And it's
Alright.
with the yes written on the hand and shaking of Astra, then you all are also scribing a yes and the gag reflex.
Okay, can we? They're writing. Can we do Can we do something else? Maybe. I gotta get the voice back. Do we?
Alright. Yeah, so, Joe? Is that you? Hmm.
You see his beard kind of move a little bit out of the way too.
Alright.
This is not funny.
And Hansen, you said Astra's with you?
I think so. I think this is who's holding my hand.
So that means... And she points to, the writing. So that means... Yuale?
I wiggled the paper.
What?
There's 4 bodies here.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Oh.
If they're here...
Wait, Was that McCready? Yes.
He must have been living here very recently. The fireplace was still warm.
Oh, I just ripped off his head. Oh my god, is he in there?
I kind of look
Yes.
like I swipe my hand again.
All at the same time.
Ben's like whipping like this.
I'm gonna take out the chain and kind of walk over. This is kind of serious, I guess. Walk over and just kind of put it on his body, and kind of just. Yeah, I'm not really gonna. I'm just gonna be like that. I fucked up.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh
Oh
no.
no, this
Oh,
is a big
no.
boy roll.
Yeah,
Can I
this
cast
is.
Can I cast guidance on him?
Sure.
There you go, D4. Sorry.
At a -1.
Oh no.
Okay, hold on. I need to make some room. Actually, I'm gonna roll it on the ground. Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking cocked. I can't roll it on the ground. Oh no.
Okay.
A D4.
Yeah?
Yep.
Come on.
A 13.
Maybe he doesn't hate you.
I'm very cute, Cam.
You're 13 and very cute.
and just got severely tortured by Joleth.
As you put it down, you feel hot on your shoulders.
Oh god.
And then as if sharp fingers are digging in through your clothes. And for the briefest of moments, as you blink, you see him. The world of grays and tones around you, but you see him. Fire staring back at you. His mouth open as he laughs and goes to bite your head.
Are we seeing this?
You would see him go down and grab on, and his jaw elongating and going over top, and then closing down. And then he just moves away. And do so is fine. And you, in the other forms, can hear him go, well, at least he apologized.
This petty
And
bitch.
Suso's like,
You are
was that,
shaken.
was that you, Joe?
You're frightened.
Oh, okay, yeah. So probably a little more pale now.
Oh.
I'm gonna like walk over and kind of just like this, just kind of grab onto the side of the sleigh, like. What, Joe? What? Where is he? Where?
She'll draw like a horribly crooked arrow back to the cabin or whatever direction Macretius went back in. She'll like try and draw an arrow.
He'll just kind of shakily walk as far away from that direction as he can.
Don't go too far.
I'm in earshot. It's okay.
Okay. So we've got our friends. And Cretius. And a glowing orb that apparently does things.
We don't know it glows.
Yeah, no, we saw the bright light when it exploded.
Oh, I guess.
You don't know it glows.
I want to say that. I'm like, it glowed? Thank you.
Yes, it did. You could see
Okay.
it for miles, probably.
Kind of felt it.
Why didn't we see anything? That's beside the point. Okay. And Lucy kind of looks at Tanzan. Did Astra know what to do?
Astra, do you know what to do?
You can
Talking to your hand.
Because you're still holding my hand. So I'm just like, do you know what to do? Shake up and down for yes, side to side for no.
Oh boy.
Okay. Do we need to go back inside? Okay.
Jolith, just as a quick thing,
Yeah.
you would have seen where Lucy had put the metal and tools into the bindle as a spider. Because you had mentioned, like, is that the tools that we need to fix that? Being tossed out onto the ground.
I go over to why not? I'm gonna go back because Thuso's my vessel. I go over to Thuso. I just
As soon as you start going further away,
Oh no.
you disappear. And are in the cabin once more.
oh
At the spot where you died.
well.
Even though your body is no longer there.
Fuck off.
Ooh. This got more complicated.
How about
I assume
about
Astra and I see
from
this.
about how far
Yep.
from the point was I?
You were about 30 feet from the cabin was your max range.
I peek out. My range is 30 feet from where I died.
From the edge of the cabin.
Astra, you might be in a unique position. You can probably go a lot further. Because you passed away at the bottom of the cliff. That's like, what, 140 feet away?
Is that how I died?
I don't find your sarcasm very useful right now.
I mean, it could have been the heart attack on the way down.
Oh!
There's lots of different things. I could have popped poison before and I just don't remember it. There's lots that could have actually happened. Because that looks like a painful fall. But yes, I probably can go farther. Maybe?
Do you try?
Yeah. Wait. She writes BRB on Tanzan's hand.
BRB ... As
She's
you
left me
move,
on read.
as you move out, you fade as well.
Oh.
And you appear 30 feet underneath the cabin in the gorge.
Oh, this is stupid.
You all will attempt to start writing can't go.
Yeah, absolutely. If you take time, even though it is very strenuous and you're starting to get very tired, you can do it.
I'm just really impressed that the ink's working in -40.
There's a pencil.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she said her quill.
She said her quill, but then mentioned her pencil.
Oh,
So I'm like,
yeah.
okay, that's going to work.
That's fair. I was like, this is funny.
You always smart, y'all.
Charcoal, ma'am.
I just thought you had a magic quill.
I mean, the heating could keep the ink. Oh no, but it would freeze pretty instantly. Never mind.
Well,
Okay.
fuck.
With my understanding of like fixing that, do I understand like how it would, if it would put us back in our bodies, or am I just fixing this thing and still being incorporeal?
Damn.
If you fixed it, it would work. That's what you know.
That's what I know. I don't know, and I just want to make sure I don't know how to get back in our bodies.
You do not.
Okay. Lucretius,
Yes?
how do we get back in our bodies, or into a corporeal form?
Well, that's a very interesting question.
Yes, actually, very interesting, very pressing.
Maybe we could spend the next 100 or so years thinking about it. Work our way through it. We might be able to re-ingratiate ourselves into...
I don't like him.
He's
I mean-
not wrong.
I mean, I guess there are worse ways to spend 100 years. Oh God, oh gods, in this cabin. God, with you.
And there was
Can't
only
even-
one cabin.
Imagine the conversations we could have.
No, I mean, like, I don't get me wrong. I think we could have very good conversations, but
I could put on a puppet show. I still have my trusted assistant here.
all right. Well, so I'm kind of like we're not sure how to. We don't. Yeah, I'm not sure how to get. Do you have an idea, Astra?
I don't think I do.
At this point, I don't. Thuso doesn't know Joe isn't like right next to him. He's like, "I'm sorry, I ripped your arm off, Joe." He's just having a
Fine,
moment. He's still scared in the corner.
I'm kind of like watching Uwale do like the writing thing too.
Okay. So they don't want us to leave, but going back into the cabin is a terrible idea. This is falling apart.
She'll
how
like
did
do a
I-
little asterisk thing, like a little arrow in front of the can't go, and put we.
Right. What if we set up a camp? Got ourselves inside? I'm assuming we have something we need to do? Maybe?
I think that's true. There's something we're supposed to help with, I guess.
Right orb.
Okay.
Orb fix.
I didn't know it was broken, so.
I just assumed it was supposed to kill everything.
Thanks, Mr. Asshole.
Don't piss him off.
She'll literally put M still here.
Thuso straight up, just like, don't say that. You respect it.
Mercurius is going into his bedroom and staring at the fireplace.
You don't know. It touched me. I could feel it clawing into me. Him.
So, I think you're a little. I don't know. I was going somewhere and I lost it.
Go piss him off. Go pick it up. I dare you.
And
Alright.
he's like, oh, okay, fine. Walks over to it. Excuse me, Mr. Mercurius.
Uali will just write no and underline
All
it.
capitals.
I was wondering
Exclamation
if I could
mark.
take a closer look at your medallion. If I please. I am asking.
There's no answer.
It was a joke. Don't do it.
You know what? You told me
Tenzin,
to
don't do it.
Don't tell me what to do. You're not my dad.
So you grab it,
Remember how you felt when I put my hand on the fire?
and then nothing.
Baby. I put it back down.
Babe.
I'm assuming it was the decapitation that pissed him off, but I'm just
Alright.
safe side.
Taking your time. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Lucy was just gonna start unfurling the blueprints. She's gonna take the little pencil and like put it on top of the blueprints.
I tell
Can-
Joe
Oh,
because I assume he
okay.
went. Because he hasn't come outside again.
Yeah,
has
he whoop, he's
Yeah.
been shouting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I come
I
like,
don't know where anything is.
Joe, we need you.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I'm Macredius came in and looked at the fire.
He is looking in the fire still in his bedroom, a place you
Oh,
haven't been yet.
Oh, okay. Did I see him like go in there or?
Yeah, he just floated straight through the wall.
Okay. I'll make my way in there and just kind of be like, everything all right?
And he's just staring down at the fireplace. The small, burnt-edged scroll sitting there. He seems lost in thought, even as you speak to him. But, yes.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes. Just a few times I've come in here.
What kind of like looking over the scroll, what happened?
And you can see someone's handwritten note. The edges burned and it was crumpled and thrown into the fire. But from looking through the blueprints, you know it's not Macredius' handwriting. I don't remember. I was just trying to fix a problem. And as if taken out of a trance, he floats out back into the other room.
Hmm.
I kind of just look around at any other.
Would you like to read the note?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
I'd love to.
You can actually turn it over with your mental abilities.
Getting the hang of this.
Macredius, I've had enough of this damned relentless cold. I can feel it creep into my bones, my head, and my heart. I'm heading back to 10 Towns for a decent meal and a warm bed. I fear this endless winter has numbed your mind, and any tinkerer worth their chains can see that the summer star is a fool's errand. Maybe without me here to incessantly complain to, you'll finally snap out of your obsession. If you truly insist on dedicating your remaining days to this doomed project, might I suggest that 3 is better than 2? I considered telling you that before, but you were particularly rude about the dinner I made last night. May the light be there and the morning lord protect you. Copper.
Three is better than 2, you said, eh? Who was the third? I don't remember.
It's not a person
No person.
in another room.
Oh, Apollo. Oh.
Oh, wait. Oh, the thing?
Thing I hit with a stick.
Oh! Well, have I seen that thing?
No,
No.
you were
no, I haven't seen
distracted by the paperwork.
it. That's fair. I kind of look at this, I mean, so I'm thinking he's, yeah.
Oh yeah, the blueprints were in the same room as that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Sitting there, made of clay, you recognize at an instant as a homunculus. That, the same as Oculus, as soon as the person's arcane energies powering it had left, the body fell in inanimately to the ground. But as it is being made out of clay, and everything having frozen, it has become brittle in some sections that were less, or that were more formed. Some of the parts are still soft and move gently, such as where there looks like a stick was jabbed in a few times. But make me a perception check.
Sure. Nope, that's a 3.
Okay. All you see then is a small stone sitting inside where its heart should be. A glittering purple stone.
Wait. A purple stone?
Mm-hmm. Purple.
Interesting. Is it a kind of stone I recognize?
Right now, all you can catch is that it's purple and glittering. You would have to actually examine it. Right now, it's still in the body.
First things first. First things first. Don't get distracted.
You have all eternity to uncover the secrets of the Black Cabin. But with Lucy putting out the papers and
I make
the
my way
wind kind of blowing everything around, it's hard to put them down. You would kind of find shelter, maybe Thuso setting up a tent. And you do have a somewhat broken table to put everything on once you clear the frost off, which Lucy would be very capable to do with the remove water.
At some point too, Joleth will, because he has like extra stacks of paper that was in the bag of holding, which are kind of scattered. He'd like find other bits of paper to bring.
Yeah, it's pieces would fly up, and it's not necessarily what you can hold in one hand. It's this amount of force that would take and time used to move it.
Yeah, actually, I had a scroll case, so actually all the paper's protected.
Oh, wonderful.
So I try to like wiggle that and make it like, hey.
Yeah.
Grab that.
What are you doing, Astra and Tanzan? I know Uale is trying to scribe instructions, and Jolith is indicating things needed, but you guys are still quietly holding hands. Well, quietly for one side.
Are you okay?
N-O.
Let me get you back.
Not sure. But song or like a music note. Gotta feel like Jester trying to cast a sending message right now.
What can we communicate?
Thank you. And keep Feather. It's from home. Very special.
I'll treasure. I want to get you back. I want to get you all back.
If not me find Atrin. Please.
We'll find Dantrin for you. I promise.
Keep Thuso sane.
That's an impossible task. Am I Hercules?
Yes.
Maybe a little like Sisyphus.
Also, yes.
Watch Lucy.
I reach out and touch Lucy.
Yes.
Extra has something she wants to tell you.
Yes, Astra?
Okay. It's the hands.
And this goes through your gloves.
Oh. Oh.
Mm.
Alright.
You okay?
Yes. I'm alive.
Ha ha. Watch Tanzin find Atrin. Tell story.
Of course.
And then pew.
The items all collected in the tent. Papers set out and tools even needed.
Would, just for the sake of like the writing bit of it, I know like we can kind of do some writing. If I put my hand in like Thuso's hand, would I be able to like guide him? Like,
Thuso's stump.
well, no, it is good hand.
If you actually had someone holding it, you wouldn't have to constantly reset it. So you could write very quickly.
Okay. Yeah, that's what Jolith hijacks Thuso for this one because you're just my chosen vessel.
Just push him.
Yeah, I'm like. There's one point where
and then it's like,
yeah, I just like I start guiding him by like hand on this side if I want him to go that way, like pushing
Now,
that way, pushing.
question, Thuso,
mm-hmm.
what hand did you lose again?
My left hand.
Oh, okay. Hey, Jolith.
Yeah.
Are you left or right-handed?
I am right-handed.
Okay, just double checking.
Yeah, I am right. I know. Ambidextrous? No. After no, it's like right-handed before the accident, ambidextrous after.
So you're saying he writes both ways.
Yes.
Hey.
Always.
But what are you
Bisexual.
What are you writing?
Basically, kind of like what's, in as point form and direct as possible of like, unsure of how to return to bodies, but perhaps, necessary power, or perhaps, solution found by fixing orb.
Somebody needs to come read what he's writing down.
I just suddenly watch you start like feverishly writing, and I'm like, peek over your shoulder.
It's like Macredius. I was like, I discovered the flaw in Macredius's original plan, and am sure we can fix orb.
And Lucy kind of says this to the air, not sure where to look or where you are. What does fixing the orb do?
Can get in. Kind of just puts like a ... question mark ... unsure, but can also reach out to Copper again. He knew what Macredius was working on. If we return, perhaps can help.
And Lucy kind of just reads the writing out loud for Thuso.
Thank you.
Right, so they want us to fix it, even though it killed 2 of them.
Can't you just ask Macredius what it did? How can you fix it if you don't know what it does?
I write out like what Macredius like told us like its purpose was.
So we know what it does.
It's like can harness powers of nature. Macredius believes can bring warmth and spring back to the Vale.
Ah. He was making a sun.
Sort of.
Like a star.
Kind of.
I wasn't asking for your
Sorry.
cheeky little
I feel
bastard.
so used right now.
Well, alright. So he thinks it'll at least warm things back up. But not necessarily get rid of the unending night.
Uh,
I
kind of like look over at Macredius, or if he's around, like
He's floated off, and he's now sitting in that room with the 6 kegs, all frozen of wine.
DM wants us to look at everything.
Yeah.
That Lucy did not look at.
And he's just trying to...
Can I get up there?
Yeah, absolutely. You're more than welcome to try.
Anytime anyone tries to walk over there, Lucy's like, that is absolutely not happening.
Astra will go, no. Warning? Listen.
Danger!
Listen.
Tanzin just like, I'm sick of everyone telling me what to do, and just like stomps back to the sleigh, kicking up snow.
I thought you were going to stomp over to the door.
Stomps right through the fucking floor. Falls 120 feet.
All she writes is 140 feet.
Well, all that happens is she falls and casts a first level spell and jumps back up.
Astra, Yumale, whoever,
Hands.
I know that you can touch things. I don't think any of us should go back in there just because of how dangerous it is. But do you think it'd be alright if we took some time to gather ourselves and rest a bit? Maybe you guys could find more things in the cabin that I missed.
I am really tired.
kind of like directs your hand. Sorry about that, Thuso.
Okay.
Felt pretty close.
And then I put my hand through your face again.
Look, I was gonna say I'm sorry that I was the only one who survived, but you know what? Fuck you. You deserved it.
Puts hand in gut.
Don't throw up on the blueprints!
So, taking time, or unless anyone has anything they would like to do now that we're coming to a moment of rapid movement for multiple different people in multiple different areas and rest. Because our 3 allies don't need rest anymore. So they can work constantly.
I would like to take a short rest so I can get my wild shapes back.
Well, it's been.
Yeah.
How long has it been? This is the day we were traveling, right?
Yeah, because I'm still at 16 out of 18 health.
So it's been.
I'm like, Yeah.
What, 6-7 hours? How long has it been since we
The
did our
short-
last long rest? A few hours, or?
It wasn't a long drive long ride out here, wasn't it?
But we
Driving.
haven't had a
hours.
rest. We haven't had a rest since we were at the moon place.
No,
No,
you
we
woke
had
up.
Oh,
Yeah, we
Cam's
went
got
to
it.
sleep. Woke up.
Yeah, you woke up after the conversation about establishing the new norm in Lonelywood, and then prepared your gear and slayed off. And I believe it was 4 hours from waking up, which was 10 a.m. So it was 2 p.m. when you arrived. We'll say that an hour total has passed of going in, so it's 3 p.m.
Okay, so short
Sun
rest.
setting then.
The sun has set an
Yeah.
hour ago. So if you want to take a short rest, that is all right. If people are,
Yeah.
is that a thumbs up from everybody except for the ghosties?
Yeah, I think a short rest is probably a good idea.
All right.
Just so that Thuso can spend some hit dice.
I'm very hurt.
That's when Macredius says, "Life is wasted on them."
As I'm just fucking scarred and burned and fucking handless and. Oh, what is?
ULA, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, she was just going to go while they're resting, and she was going to actually go explore the cabin or talk to Macredius.
Which one?
Well, he'd kind of disappeared, and Joe didn't really need her describe anymore, so I feel like she would have gone and probably, if she didn't see Macredius in the main room, she would have looked for him.
So you're going to talk to Macredius as opposed to looking for everything. He's there, sitting in the room that I said he was. He's not hiding it.
You alright?
Just- Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. Just asking.
I wish I could drink.
I agree, it feels like a situation where alcohol would be beneficial.
You know, I had this imported.
I didn't? Where is it from?
The far south. This is Summervale wine. From the sweet berry plant. Comes from the Desarian Valley. It's more than 100 miles south of here.
How did you discover it?
Discover it, what do you mean? I ordered it.
No, I know, but where did you first hear of the wine?
I used to have it all the time. I lived nearby the valley.
Sounds like an interesting story.
Not terribly.
Oh, come on. We're going to spend eternity in the cabin. Might as well start off with telling some stories about each other, don't you think?
I don't want to tell any stories about you.
No,
Right now, I would like to see my device fixed.
we're working on it, but our friends have to rest.
He would roll his flaming eyes where you would just see the flame.
Have you tried to will yourself to have any of the wine?
Yes. It worked about as well as you'd figure, and he would float off.
She'll take a look, I guess, at the room, just like the crates or the barrels, I guess. And does it have a smell?
Oh, yes, it is. For anyone who's been around fermenting wine, it is particularly strong. And this is wine that was sent fully fermented and sealed in casks, but that doesn't stop the fermentation process for most wines when moved like this. So it has continued to ferment, and it is just on the point of turning to a sour, like a sweet sour vinegar. It's still currently alcoholic. You can smell that. But it's kind of, it definitely isn't the same thing he would have drank there. And it is permeating throughout the house, and it has to be a strong smell if it's going through all this frozen terribleness.
She makes a note to herself that she never wants to drink this particular kind of wine. And she will, because we have like an hour, I guess, she'll just kind of float off to find a quiet spot, and she's going to, I don't know, contemplate what she can and cannot do in this form.
Okay. Take a moment, or take an hour to meditate. Son of Yargle is still there beside you, but is not speaking. More dutifully beside every time you move, even before you really even think about it. Astra, what are you doing while the living still sleeps or rests?
I'm gonna look around all the rooms and pick up fun stuff. Or try to.
Most of the stuff has been picked up by Lucy, like all the random bits and bobs. You can actually pull off a chunk of the crystal if you're so inclined, because it's very fragile.
Heck yeah.
Besides that, you see the body in the lab. You see that. Make a perception check as you go and inspect it. John. Ooh.
Perception. $17.
You see that same glittering color, but it's actually not its heart. You see that it is a small locked compartment inside its chest. That if you could turn the body, you might be able to unlock it.
Can I try to turn the body?
It takes a while. You are going to spend pretty much the rest of this hour slowly moving it over, slump, pulling bits. And this body is incredibly elastic. It's like moving a semi-sticky Stretch Armstrong that's the size of a toddler.
Wow.
When you can only really move it with like chopsticks.
Why?
That's not the amount of force that you can exert. But eventually you get it there, and it's on its chest, built in, is this little cage.
Does it look familiar at all, or?
The stone is a small, about this sized amethyst that's been polished and carved into a heart. And a note has been tied around the outside. And it reads, "To stave off when you drink too much."
Can she unlock the cage?
Do you have your tools?
On my body?
You could take the time to float back, grab them, and float over. It'd kind of be like pick up, drop it. Pick up, drop it. Pick up, drop it. Unless you want to take disadvantage on rolling a dexterity check to try and unlock it. Trying to manipulate the forces remotely since you're not practiced with it.
Do it.
Yeah. I'm dead.
Okay.
What else can I... Wait. None of the other people are around this area.
No, people are just kind of wandering around. The living are resting and regaining their stuff. Jolith is in the tent, which we'll get you in a minute. And Uale, after having floated around and talked to Macretius, has gone off just over the gorge, seeing the entire beautiful valley stretch out even with the storms.
Okay. As long as there's nobody, like, gonna get hurt from this.
This doesn't happen, but just Joel pops his head through the window. What you doing?
Ghost bomb! Double dead.
Macretius, before I do something...
Not answering.
I'm gonna crack open this weird baby.
Crack open a cold one.
Crack open the boys with the cold ones.
Okay. Stan, what do we think about this? I'm curious.
His hands would come down and is trying to hold it to the proper position for you.
Silly
And
encourage.
he just kind of locks eyes with you. He's like,
Okay. That's all I needed. Let's go. Fuck off. Are you choking? Oh! I got a natural 20 and a 7
oh.
plus 4 for 11. Fuck.
That is actually more than enough to unlock it. So even though you had disadvantage, good job.
Yeah.
Yes.
Reaching through, it takes you a while. You think you have it, but then you accidentally knock it just a little too far. And then you redouble moving the small parts, and you're like, wait, I don't need this thing to ever work again. And then you just break that mechanism, and the chest unlocks.
Ooh.
And you can pull out the heart. It's very thin. And you don't recognize the handwriting that's on the note, but it is tied in a very fabric piece that's actually been pinned at the back. It weighs less than an ounce. So.
Mm.
And this doesn't seem to drop the longer time that you hold it.
Okay. It's not like, yeah, I'm not gonna lose exertion of okay, this is, I can't.
Yeah, it's
hold.
not
I can keep.
You don't have pockets though, just be forewarned.
Yeah.
What else is new?
I'm gonna go put it on my body.
Okay. None of you are really noticing, but a tiny heart is floating over and being dropped on Astra's body.
If there's at any point the conclave of she might try to
And lastly, Jolith. What are you doing with your hour? You were just writing out notes.
Yeah, I'm for at least the start of it, I start writing out instructions on how to get the pieces together. But then at some point, he looks over at 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 Oculus's shell,
Hmm.
and like when he looks back at it, and it's mostly like the writing on it's draconic, right? But he's like he never really connected it if it was like Netherese or anything, because they were writing mostly in Celestial or something, maybe, or that was at least his
Hmm.
kind of thing. So he's actually kind of like um uh he wants to after like maybe like that 20 minutes or so he wants to go find Macredius.
Okay.
Is this and
He's
like he's kind of like
he
looking out
is
over
he's gone back to the room
Hmm.
and is staring in the fireplace.
Macredius. Would you
He's
be
a little
interested
lost in
in
thought and looks up. Yes.
would you be interested in looking at something new for once? Or
That
at
might
least
be interesting.
oh, follow me.
He does.
And I'll take him and I'll show him um Oculus as I try to like show I discovered this in a dig down south. I've been toying with it. As far as I can understand, it acted as a repository. Um, but
Interesting.
uh,
May I?
yes, please.
His hand goes down and just grabs on to the central component. Pulls out the main drive that you had for Oculus. It floats up and it's very heavy and he puts it down on the
Yeah,
table.
yeah.
He reaches over and grabs a couple sets of tools that his long skeletal hands. They can't hold it for very long, but he seems used to this. And he works very quickly to dismantling it completely,
Oh, 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 oh.
grabbing pieces of the metal, replacing different parts. This is very interesting. And he looks at you and his hands are still working. I've never seen one in such good condition before. It's still working.
I mean, this is. I hadn't even.
What did you use here for the central arcanic battery? It
Um,
looks like you rammed a small sphere in here.
yeah, it was. It was a moonstone and charged to. Um, but then it.
Oh, a
But
moonstone. Oh,
mm,
interesting. Did you charge it yourself? And
yes.
he's now reassembling it, and it looks slightly different. A number of the pieces that looked broken are now replaced.
Yeah, and I kind of like I go through like him. I go through like with the process that I do for like
Yeah.
charging, um, those like devices and everything. And but then I was like, and then I tell him, but then recently um, uh, it sparked its something else, something in it changed, and it was able to run on its own energy.
Oh, interesting.
And like it's like yeah, it did not require the moonstone anymore. And actually, I've the as you could probably tell, the metal casing is merely a covering. Really, I don't want to. It's
Well, I see as you've gone through here and here, you're using the abject energy from
yeah,
long spiel of how you're powering the entire mech, and he understands what you've gone through.
hmm
You were limited by keeping the parts intact. I'm assuming you were worried about damaging the housing. Trust me, these things are much more resilient than you believe.
interesting.
But might I suggest, as he goes to hand it to you, completed and fixed,
I'm like I use like all like the energy I can to like hold it up,
it's
and I'm like,
it's kind of like
oh,
find an idstone. They're very rare,
it's
but
stone.
the Netherese used to use them to power a number of their machines, and then, if you can find a computation device, you might be in luck. He kind of blinks.
It's still
Strange. And then he starts floating off.
what's in id stone?
Oh, thanks, Evorin.
He's gone.
I hope you're having a good day.
And yeah,
So you're there with a repaired storage device.
oh, and he's just
I keep losing my people.
like, as soon as
The
I
best.
get
Good. I'm glad you're having a good one.
I get my fucking body back. And like he's now like
It's not
just
too bad of a day. Not
he
too bad.
is kind of like just going over in
That's
his
okay.
head,
Thank you for
memorizing
lurking.
everything that
I appreciate you.
that Macredius just said, just running it over and over so that later on he can write it down again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just going like meticulous.
Have you too?
It's very chilly out here.
Thanks, Ghosty.
Macredius would float over to you, Ollie. As she like kind of cues back in.
I hadn't really noticed.
That's what people keep telling me. I haven't noticed for a long time. I was working with your friend. The elven one?
Jolith.
Ah, yes. Jolith. And ever, my mind's been a scatter. You said something about coming to me.
Mm-hmm.
About, and he looks over at the apparition of Son of Yargle. This slad and the confusion. Do you know much of the Sladish, of the Slainish?
Only what Son of Yargle has been able to show me and communicate. And what I was told when I was given the diagnosis that I'd been a chosen host, as it were.
So a death sentence.
Except I lasted over 3 weeks without being consumed.
Which is very interesting. Had this been a red slad, I doubt you would have survived the fever. A blue slad, well, you would have never known when you turned. Had you been one of the gifted, maybe it would have become a green slad. And then all of your friends would be lost. But this... I'm sorry.
Why?
And he reaches down to pick up Son of Yargle, the form of him, and he actually seems to grip him. There's not much here. But this is what is called a black slad, for layman's terms. Most refer to them as shrouds of death, lords of entropy, lords of chaos. They're usually hundreds of thousands of years old. They can only be born in one way. In the heart of the spawning circle. You said you were infected.
I was ambushed in a cave, and then a cleric told me that basically what had happened.
Clerics.
Anyway, I was told kind of what had happened to me, and I was they said to seek out you, and so I made the journey from a little bit outside Neverwinter here. But Son of Yargle has told me that there's something wrong, or
Well,
that there was something
yes.
wrong.
He should have come fully formed, an adult with all of the memories of those who created him. Does he have any memories? You seem to be instructing him of what a circus was.
He showed me what his home looked like, but other than that, he didn't really seem to know. I don't know why he's not speaking up, but usually he's quite vocal about what he knows and what he doesn't.
Maybe his soul has not been here long enough and is not strong enough to continue on in this realm. He is a newborn after all. There are limitations.
I know logically that it's supposed to be a bad thing, but he tried, and he communicated, and he ended my pain, and wanted to learn. So I hope that he's not in any pain right now.
Right now, I think he is just doing what he can to survive. He seems tethered to you.
I think he'd eaten most of my internal organs at this point.
That sounds terrible.
I was only like 100 pounds before I passed, so it wasn't. I was hanging on by a couple threads, I think.
Well, even though you're threadbare, it seems that you managed to survive to a point. I'm sorry that your journey ends with so many questions, and that you might never answer them. Maybe we can with hours and hours of conversation. I hope you enjoy talking.
I do have lots of stories to tell.
Well, I've got lots of ears to listen.
Great.
Then he's going to float off. And the hour draws to a close. People have, with that hour, found themselves recharged, except those who have been busy during the time. That's okay. You're dead. But returning, all of the instructions have been written out to be repaired for the Summer Star. Jolith having taken the time to do them out, and my question is, who is going to do the fixing?
I'm going to assume whoever is the most nimble-fingered.
So the dead people.
Let my hands guide you.
Anzen, are you muted?
Oh.
I mean,
Better.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I accidentally muted
John.
myself.
I'm just saying this could be the Patrick Swayze moment that you want.
Look, I'm just saying. I was okay with it. I'm just not. I have a plus. I'm assuming, and this looks like I'm assuming it's intricate work. I have a
It
plus
is.
1.
It
Well,
will
I have-
be. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Sorry.
It is going to be an Arcanist check.
Yep. Not
Sorry,
me.
an Arcana check.
Nope.
If you are, and if Jolith is Swayzing it,
Yeah.
then you will get advantage on it.
Of the living, I think I have the best arcana. So like I have
hope
a
so.
+1.
Yep. Better than a -1.
Why did we live?
Yeah, we're the worst to make it through this.
All right.
Spoiled rich kid. I make it through everything.
It's like Jolith is like, don't worry, Tanzan, we'll be fine. To Astra and Uale, we're fucked.
Positive, keep it positive, Jolith. You
Right,
don't want
right.
to put that energy onto her as you're doing it.
Right.
All right. So you're gonna give it a try? Right. Lucy will give Tanzan just a little like 2-inch by 2-inch like round piece of ivory that has just like a little boat, like a galleon carved into it with the with like blue ink set into it, and that's what she spent her like hour-long time doing. And she just presses it into Tanzan's palm and casts guidance. Says, "Best of luck."
So it's just like, don't fuck it up.
Haha.
And he'll sit down on it.
I'm not you.
I haven't fucked anything up.
I write a
I
piece of paper.
also. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was going to
Never
say
mind.
I write on the piece of paper. Everyone else should stay at least. How big was the radius again of the previous explosion?
20 feet.
20 feet. Everyone should stay about 40 feet back.
I'm
You'll
gonna
be
go
fine,
60
Tanzan.
feet.
Lucy
You'll be
safe.
fine.
Okay.
I've already died almost once.
I'm
And
also. Sorry. I'm
No.
gonna cast Mage Armor on myself as well.
Okay. So you step up, taking the tools, guidance from Lucy. And then you can feel Jolith's hands slip inside your own, guiding you. Now, please make an Arcana check with advantage.
And
Is
a
it-
D4.
And a D4.
Yes. It's a square one, guys. No, it's not. That's a 6. It's a triangle one, guys.
Confidence booming. Yeah, do it. You got this.
Bardic inspiration from Lily from hell.
I got a 20 and a 3.
Sick.
Yeah, natural 20.
Got a natural 20.
Woo!
20
Roll a
for
D4.
21.
Plus
Plus
three,
the
right?
D4.
Plus the
Plus the
D4.
D4.
Plus D4 is 3, so that would be
24.
24.
Yes.
As you are
Holy
feeling
fuck.
the energies of this thing, you are picking out where its
My hand,
almost
sorry.
discharge is coming off, and you're no. You're adjusting it almost before Jolith is like, oh, okay, good, you've got that. And then as you go through, you're almost about to maybe set it off by accident when you can feel just the no pull you back from Lucy of, the stars say no,
Not today.
not today.
The alignment for this tribute.
And then as you carve it through, it is an arduous process and takes 40 minutes. And as you are literally scribing the last bit in, hammering it down and polishing it, there is this ionic snap like lightning has struck somewhere and charged the air, but you can't necessarily place it. But then the small rock in the center begins to glow.
Mm.
And just sits there as a light.
Do you think it's supposed to do that?
Macretius?
He has been staring directly above, creepily ghosting through the roof, watching it feverishly. It's like, yes, yes.
I don't like him.
Now activate it.
How do they do
Please.
that safely?
Just grasp it and will your force your will into it, just as you did before.
Okay.
Um,
I
I think Tanzan should probably step back.
are we able to do that on this side, or does it have to be one of them?
No, I don't know. I've been too afraid to touch it again.
Well, all right. Well then,
Do it.
Well, Joe, just in case it does go awry, why don't I touch it so that way at least you don't have to feel bad about killing me twice.
I will take that. We kind of like I write down. It's like everyone else back up. We're gonna try something.
Backs
All
up
right.
to where Thuso is.
I told you. I've been sitting here for 40 minutes. Just, I want to. The orb of heating's just kind of set at my feet or whatever the cube, and I've just been chilling out.
So you go to grasp it, and your hand slip through.
Yeah.
And you try to grasp it again. Your hand slip through. You go to try pick it up, but now it's too heavy. You lift it with all of your might and can feel your soul rending. You don't have enough energy.
What are they doing? Lucy?
They said they were gonna try something. I haven't got a
Can't-
clue though.
I can't do it alone. I think, what if Astra and Joe and Macretius, if we all focused our energies into it, it might work.
I think that I can even. I don't know. Was I cast a spell to identify it. It was magical energy that feeds it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I've yet to use magic in this form. I've tried a few times, but it seemed as if something was not allowing me. Something was not opening the gate to the weave to allow it to flow through.
Hmm.
Maybe we could try and funnel that energy through the orb. Maybe it is the connection that we're lacking.
I don't know. Could one of your allies do it?
If it requires magical energy, then it would either have to be Lucy or Tenzin.
Tanzan does do stuff at like quite a far bit away, so maybe she could throw a spell into it.
No, you need to have both hands on it to activate it.
Does it have to be any sort of
This
spell?
this should work. Just putting your will into it. That's all. No spells. No nothing. Just
But
you
perhaps
you can trust me. This will work. It has to work.
Let's try it all together then, before we involve one of the others. Because I wasn't quite quite enough to do it, but let's try
You're
with this one.
wasting time. Just
Acredius, let's give this a chance. We are working with the more of us that can put our energy towards it, the more success we might have. And
this is ridiculous. I've been here for years.
you
You can see the spirit is losing focus. You can see his body beginning to fade.
Acredius,
This, no.
focus on
I
me.
need more time.
You get more time. Focus
And
on the
then he
voice.
would start to drift off and fade.
That was productive.
Acredius,
He's still there, hovering, faded out. His hands no longer there, and the fires in his eyes are just a dim speck as the head floats there.
let's the three. Let us try. I'll reach out like one hand to the group, and like I will reach a hand to Macredius to try to connect him to this.
Okay. Can I get everyone to roll me a charisma check, please?
All right. At this.
60 feet is not enough. Just saying.
Natural 20
Oh.
for 20 exactly.
Yeah.
I got a natural 22, but I have a -1, so 19.
Natural 20 still. Natural 20 still.
It's still a -1.
That's fine. It's still a natural 20. Astra,
14.
that works. Maybe
It's not a bad roll.
that's a good roll. That's a good roll.
Group
Don't
chat.
give me that ominous shit.
I rolled.
I saw you roll that dice. Yeah.
Yeah,
The axe beaks are really far away too.
We took them with us.
Approximately 60 feet.
As the three of you grip onto this and then touch Macredius, you dig deep and focus and force your will into this. And it begins to move.
No.
These bands shifting into one another and moving apart. You take your hands off that are still pushing your will in. It moves up, circling. You can see almost a heartbeat. But it's not enough, and Astra, you feel weak and you can't put up with it anymore, and you have to stop, otherwise you know you will lose yourself. Macredius does not respond and fades away.
Damn.
It's doing something, guys.
Damn.
And you would see it still, just that spark. Boom, boom, as the rings are slightly moving, slowing down.
They need to come help.
Should we do something?
I don't know. I'm gonna wait for a signal.
I throw a snowball in their direction.
What do you want us to do?
That's an ambiguous.
I feel like they wanted to leave.
I pick up a
Should we leave?
snowball and I
I feel
throw
like-
it at the device.
does it feel like if I leave the space that like that's gonna just completely dissipate?
You don't know.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
They can't talk either. They can't hear us.
But you can guide them.
Do I hit it with my snowball?
Yes.
Oh,
I try. I reach out with my mind, and I try to tug just at the front of Thuso's coat.
Yeah, sacrifice these so.
Whoa.
Just-
It works. You can.
And I just tug
Oh,
forward.
Okay,
Ooh, I see it
And I-
working, so then I do the same.
so I'm
Yeah.
gonna walk towards the orb and fucking no hesitation, just help. I can't really grab it, but like I kind of.
Yeah, I kind
Yeah.
of I will
Okay.
direct your hand. I'll direct your hands to the object.
I'll just follow
Just look at
Your
Tanzan.
hand and stump.
and stump.
So you're there. You see this thing spinning. Like-
Grasp. And I'm
Okay.
gonna die. I'm gonna.
And
this is good.
you can read even in the last little notes that were read to you. Push your will into it.
I will concentrate.
What are you concentrating on?
I'm concentrating. Oh, push my will into it. I'm concentrating on the fact that the last time someone grasped this, two people who I mildly care about died, and I survived, and I didn't want to, and it's not fair, and I want it to that kind of that disappointment and anger is kind of what's I'm pouring into this thing,
Okay.
because maybe I'll help someone, or maybe I'll get what I want.
Okay. Please roll me a Constitution check.
Oh, you glorious bastard. Just straight con?
Yep. Just straight con.
I have to use my digital dice. Oh, not
Ah.
good. An 8.
So you go through and you will. And will. And you are not giving up. There's a bit of psychic feedback. And you take 14 points of psychic damage.
I'm resistant to that.
But
I'm resistant.
as you stumble back, this thing that you've had just in your hands goes and is now filling the constraints. It was the same bright white light that you had seen before. And you can see it just barely contained between these spheres moving around, or these rings moving around, and the glowing is burning through the runes. And it is now so bright, it is blasting it. Everyone can see this as it lifts up, floating up.
You should have added a 4th ring.
And you filled this thing with anger.
I would say desperation over anger. Like, it's pretty close, though.
Negatives.
Negative. I would say it's negative.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And it is light storming. It's cold. It's nighttime. This thing glows in such a bright light that it is day in all you can see. And then it goes off instantaneously. The clouds are pushed away. And for a small pocket, about 2-3 miles, it's not mimicking daylight. It is day. A single beam of day piercing through the night. It's not direct sunlight, but the same way that the sun, wherever it is, pierces through the clouds, you can see a beam. This is the first sunlight most of you have seen in a week. And you can feel it on your skin. And within minutes, the temperature in this area rises from the minus 45. The wind has died completely in this mile radius. The snow is melting, and you can feel it in these minutes passing of dropping the snow from branches, life restarting, but also seeing just how gray all of the trees truly are. Water running, droplets falling. And it is 4 p.m. Long into the Icedalian night that has plagued this dale for the past 2 years. It is day. And you see it on the horizon. A storm swelling at the edges of this mile. The winds almost being pushed away but gathering up. And the snow trying to make its way in but being forced back.
Oh no.
Guys, what's happening? It feels warm. It's wet.
You've done it.
McCready,
Everyone
did-
can hear this. And standing there, looking up in his full form, not a floating head, but a tired, thin man. I knew my design was right. Just a little pig-headed is all. He looks back, and he has these wonderful kind of reddish eyes. Thank you. All 6 of you. And that's when everyone would see everyone.
Am I?
Well, you're
Oh.
still in your ghostly form,
Oh.
so you are semi-translucent.
Oh.
But you would see your friends.
We
We did it?
can they can bring sun we can bring sun back to the Vale. Macredius, that
When you look back to him, he's gone.
he
Just the gold medallion left there on the ground where he was standing. Right underneath the summer star.
Is his body gone on the ground?
No, it's still there.
It's still there.
You go to pick it up, Tanzan.
Mhm.
You feel a friendly warmth that says, thank you, as you pick it up.
I put it in my pocket.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Please. What is your names?
I am Tanzin. We are the Borealis.
Borealis. Such a delightful name. Allow me to help you, guiding lights. And the summer star explodes, pushing the radius past the mile to 2 miles, 3 miles.
Shit.
And the heat is intense. It's only minus 15.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
And you all feel it standing there, burning your skin. Every single one of you feel it there, standing, burning your skin. Where you stand, those who have passed, you are in your bodies. Recreated as you were just before the moments you died. But also your bodies are still over on the cart sleigh.
Wait,
that
so are we
sounds-
naked?
No, you're clothed.
The big question.
Oh, what the fuck?
Ah,
I think.
But you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if it felt divine in any way. What just happened?
Yes, it felt divine.
Lucy rushes to over to Thuso and just gives him a big hug.
He's just kind of standing because he can't really see. So he's just kind of like, I'm assuming it worked. It feels warm.
I'd hope
Cradius was
so.
happy.
You did it. And she takes him by the hand and like guides him to where the others are standing, wherever that is.
Right by him because we were all right by the
yeah,
orb.
yeah, we would be. Yeah, we'd all be.
So
like
I
right
would
next-
sense all three of them then, probably just kind of. So for me, it's got to be weird. Like, were they just there?
It's kind of like when you don't notice someone's there and suddenly you are surrounded.
Yeah. Kind of reach out and kind of poke Joleth. And is he fleshy?
He's pokey.
I want to just fucking ram him in the gut. You
I put my
fucking
hand-
deserve that.
Put my hand on your shoulder. Yep. Nope. It's good to. It's good to be back.
I don't even know what came out of my body. Okay.
To be fair, I didn't know that would happen.
And he just kind of like turns around and fucking like stomps to the cart and starts, I guess,
Slay.
or sleigh. Fuck. Stomps to the sleigh and just like just tosses the bodies out.
The bodies are still there, and
Yeah.
you guys are now witnessing your bodies being thrown out.
No.
I. You know,
I'm just
actually,
putting them.
I'm fine.
taking them off the sleigh. That's all
I'm fine
doing.
with
Like,
burying these things in a nondescript place and forgetting they exist.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm moving the bodies off of the fucking sleigh. Okay.
Does Joleth have his arm?
Yes, it is completely remade in the same metal that the Summer Star was made out of.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well,
Upgrades, people. Upgrades.
So actually, I'm curious. So like we're no longer in that astral like.
Correct.
Okay, we're back to we're in our normal.
You are alive.
We are alive.
Just two things. One, Yuale, you are brought back to your peak health. And you can hear a voice inside you go, was I sleeping?
For a little bit.
Was it a dream then, this death?
No, but I think that a god gave us a second chance.
Well, maybe.
We will use this life then. Roll me a constitution check, Yuale.
My hands are all sweaty. I don't want to. 20. Yeah, 16 plus 4. Dirty 20.
Alrighty. You feel fine. You notice nothing. Astra. Life has returned to you. And you feel a power surging in the back of your mind. My question is, would you like to activate this power or not? Think of it as an extension of your eyes.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay. Can I get you to roll me a charisma check or wisdom? It's your choice.
Oh, wisdom, please.
Okay.
Oh, that's cocked. Just that did not land in my finger. And 12.
That's okay. That's still more than enough. You feel just the presence in the back of your mind, this power gaining. And you're like, Sten? Yes. And you try talk to him.
Then.
There he is. And everyone else would see him. His quarry form, tethered to your back, reaching out, the 50 eyes and negative spaced shadow looming over top. And you see him again as you have always seen him. He is your Sten. And he has physical form.
What
You
the
all see what the
fuck
fuck
am I
yeah.
hearing?
That tracks.
Oh,
Everyone else can see the 50-eyed shadow thing now.
There's 50 eyes. It's just kind of a blob, a black blob.
I'm sure you hear blinking.
Yeah,
a lot of blinking.
Oh, just
that's Astra's friend, right? Joe, we
That's
were
Sten.
introduced. Sten.
That's Sten. I'm sorry.
Sten.
Sorry. It's the 50 eyes thing. A lot of eyes in one place makes me nervous.
The
I'm
50.
sorry. I'm trying to be better.
it's a crowd thing.
Yeah, it's just too many eyes on me.
Oh, okay. You're not seeing Sten. You're seeing Sten. Oh.
Oh, there's a difference. Joel,
Is this like the imaginary friend I thought you were talking to this whole time, but is actually a real thing that's like super fucking crazy?
He's always been real.
Oh, I just assumed you were insane. Like, no problem with it. I didn't care. I just assumed.
So,
Just cool, I guess.
you really
I don't know.
Sten. Say something to them. Say something.
What would you like me to say?
Scare.
He only speaks Quarry.
Yeah, scare the
So
shit out
he's
of them.
speaking Quarry.
So he hears
So it sounds like a murmur of madness. Yeah.
That does not sound healthy. That doesn't sound healthy at all. Not healthy.
Is he like Son of Yargle?
I mean, he's still here too. I don't know. I don't.
Well, I mean, is that like it? Are they the same?
No. No.
Well, nice to meet you. And I'm gonna sit down.
As you go to sit down, roll me a d20, please.
Just a d20. Okay.
Don't get
What
a
do you
1.
sit on?
just don't get a one.
Guidance.
An 18.
Wonderful. You sit down, you're like, and at that moment, the summer star drops out of the sky right by your head.
So it's
It comes plummeting down, crashes, and breaks apart.
Oh, ooh.
I just spent 50 minutes on that.
The stone in the center is completely dust now. As you touch it, it moves like sand away. The structure that
No.
held onto it
Come here.
no longer able to maintain the heat. But the sun is still out.
Oh.
But slowly receding.
But this we have as Jolith immediately goes to get all the blueprints and all the extra notes that he wrote down, and immediately like roll them up and put them. Takes out like the papers that were in like his scroll case before, and gingerly puts these ones back in there, and like grabs up everything. This is amazing. We can save the veil with this.
It's possible.
We give this like.
I think we might need to find another stone.
Yeah,
A bigger one.
If we get this into the hands of some more, to Cooper. Cooper, he's another tinker. If we go back to Cooper, Copper, was it Copper?
Copper.
Copper. If we go back to Copper,
It's like
Copper,
Cooper.
they were. He knew about this project. There was a note I found when I was incorporeal. I found a note that Cooper had spent when Cooper spent time up here. He knew about Macredius's project, and if we get these back to him, he can start he might be able to start replicating it.
Cam, do I have any idea what kind of stone it was?
Roll me your choice. Nature or religion?
It's the same. I'm gonna go with nature.
Okay.
15!
15's pretty good.
Yep.
You don't remember the name with a 15. But you do know where you've seen it before. Sorry, brain fart. I was like, this. I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something different. This is a condensed granite that has been permeated in, we'll say, naturally magical locations. It retains part of the magical essence, and you've seen bits of it used to carve structures to enforce druidic enchantments on areas such as groves of protection or purifying waters to make sure that that kind of stuff continues to go on. And it's always been done, but it's very hard to get. And that's when the name kicks into you. Etherite.
The book. Did you say ether or nether?
Etherite.
Okay. Do I know where it comes from? Like, I know you said like magical places, but like
deep underground, usually by areas of strong natural activity, such as some of them can be found by nearby volcanoes or by areas where there's a lot of natural turmoil.
Where's the nearest volcano?
Straight down.
We're going
Geothermal
volcano
site.
diving.
Camp's checking a map.
No, I'm
Oh.
doing this. Just playing with something.
Right.
Our fates.
Well, what this has done is incredible, but temporary.
Well, only temporary, because I believe Cretius may have sacrificed its power to bring us back. It was holding. It was once when it was just glowing and rotating in the sky, or maybe perhaps if you add more magical charge, it might last longer. At the very least, it's still it works and it doesn't kill you. That's
Yes.
I want to go on record. It hurt a lot.
Sorry.
There's like a nose remnants of maybe like a nosebleed or something. Just like.
Sorry again.
The stone.
No,
within
I'm
it.
talking about turning it on.
You're all right. Pet.
One eye is just drooped.
That's weird.
Just put it up. No.
Well, either
It's
way, I
proof.
think we need to get more of the stone that powers it. Maybe a larger version.
Maybe, or at the very least, even if I don't know, like even if we're not necessarily the ones building these things. Like I said, if we can get this back, we get this back to copper. We can get these designs back.
Oh, I just want to say important
No.
point. I'm going on a limb, but this, if I understand right, eternal darkness caused by a goddess. We've now taken that away and proven that it can be reversed.
Yeah, we're all thinking the same thing.
Pretty sure we're in like grave danger now. So maybe we should start moving.
Conveniently at that time. There is the storm screaming just at the edges of where the sun shines down. As this closes in, you can see that a blizzard has been surrounding the area.
Oh, we
A
should
complete whiteout except for this spot.
How
that is
far?
slowly shrinking.
Like
reach?
how fast does it look like it's
At the rate,
I don't know, but
you would say you maybe have half an hour before this pocket of sunlight, which, by the way, a lot of the snow is melting incredibly fast.
Oh, we're gonna get buried.
Fine.
The avalanche risk is quite high. It'd be slick going back down the way we came.
Should we try to tough it out up here, or should we get as far as we can?
I don't know if it's wise pushing the birds through a whiteout. What if we could build like a lean-to in half an hour? Something that could brace the snow and we could push it off after?
Prepare and huddle up here.
All right, let's do it. No time to
I think
waste.
that's the thing we've got to do.
Right.
So, Astra, Sten would mutter in your ear. Before, you wanted to speak more. Why did you stop?
They don't care, Sten. They don't. I'm not pushing if they don't. It's words falling on empty ears.
I can see into your feelings, Astra. You have my memories as dreams. You know what the world of dreams is like. You have power beyond power. I wish you would tell people what you know they need to hear. But I am at your side, as always.
Just keep messing with them. That's actually kind of entertaining.
His hands go on your shoulder. It's like, absolutely.
And we have to loot my body because I left some stuff on there, Sten. So we have to go loot it.
Our body?
Our body.
Your body?
You're right. I have to go loot our body. I'm just... You know, when we were growing up and they said, you two are the one and blah, 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 blah. And then we came here and...
I still feel as if we're one.
We are.
And he like goes to stretch out and he can't move further from you.
Okay. To be fair, it's a little bit crazy. Apparently I'm crazy because I talk to myself, which is true.
Great. So I talk to you.
You have no one else to talk to. Well, you might have to learn some common, maybe.
Common what?
It's the language they speak down here.
No.
Okay, that's fair. I can't make you do anything.
I can't make you do anything.
Stan, this is not how this should be going.
He hugs you.
And all we see is
Yeah.
death.
She feels the hug of someone she's known and grown up with her entire life. Closer than a brother. Closest than a friend could ever be. You see a demon nightmare. And that's when he would fade inside. You still feel his presence, Astra, as you always have and always will.
Uwale would go up to Astra, like after she like, gives this like a few moments, but she will approach her as we're like all doing stuff. I don't know why you wanted to know about a circus, but Acredius did tell me that this type of slad in Son of Yargol is a black slad. I don't know if it helps or not, but they're generally forces of chaos and lords of entropy, is what he said. And they usually appear, or at least come about, at the heart of a spawning circle. I don't know if that's helps or gives you any more information if you needed information, but I just thought you seemed interested, so I should tell you.
Does that ring any bells for?
You don't really
Yeah.
know much about these things, but thinking back, I mean, the only comparisons you could make are there was a performing ring which was set up nearby structures. When everything happened, it was definitely there.
Thank Son of Yargol for attempting to share, and thank you, Macredius.
Did you look up and point?
Waves? Is that... Would he have gone there? Would he go?
Think so? I'm not really sure, but I have a feeling up is probably the better direction.
Well, technically in the... You know what? No. There's too much to go into that detail. Thank you. I don't think that helps me right now, but note made.
Thuso's going to just yell, "We have 25 minutes to not die."
Done it once, and it was fine.
Let's keep going. We only get one boon.
To loot my body.
As he's chopping branches and shit in a tree and like finding the tiny trees.
Where did you toss my carcass?
It's just behind the sleigh. You can probably still see it.
Okay.
It's all soggy.
You are more than welcome to loot your body.
I loot my body.
Now, just as a quick thing, while you guys are all preparing this very rapid put together camp, and I'm going to wonder how you're going to do it. The individuals who have been slain, all non-magical items on your persons had been destroyed.
Except for Astra.
Yeah,
Because
except for Astra, because...
Okay, I'll say I fell.
So that means non-magical weapons. Unfortunately, the crossbow was...
So here's a thing. Here's a quick thing. Because like at the moment of death, I had infused it to be a magical item.
Okay, then that's fine.
Okay, so still
You still have to re-engage that it had the magical protection.
Yeah, my infusions are used up for the day, but I do. Okay.
So does that mean the hide armor goes away and she's just wearing her clothes? Okay.
Currently, yes.
Okay.
Does she still have her warm clothes too?
The warm clothes are a yes, but they are currently themed of Lithander.
Just wanted to make sure they were going to freeze to death.
It's not a bunch of free advertising, you guys.
Yeah.
Gods need advertising?
Some do.
In the
Hashtag
Dale,
blessed.
yes.
I know what we're doing for survival, if that's...
Does the cabin look sturdy enough for us to create a lean-to beneath it?
Absolutely.
Under the 20-foot stilts?
If you guys took your time and like literally just knocked down the floor part, you could find exactly where the rotten floor was and probably drop it down. And you could build a better structure and reinforce it inside.
Mm. Yeah, I was thinking like trying to use at least some of the shelter that's already there, trying to find the stairs and stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking of trying to do like make part of the underneath shelter of the cabin to protect the birds because we probably can't get them up.
Yeah.
The one side room where I pulled the table out of had like a very sturdy ground and didn't have a lot of broken glass. So
Yeah, the queen bedroom too, I think area that was also sturdy. And that if we could get the birds up there, if that would be probably the place I would say to.
The birds I will just say that the creaky steps are still an issue for the birds. They will not be able to get up there. You maybe see and step on it. And
I mean, if it's dirty enough, would we be able to maybe set up a shelter underneath?
That's
absolutely.
what we're doing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like try and do it so the snow can like slide.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's literally I know Cam knows what I'm going to describe, but it's like a lean-to, but not a lean-to. It's like a because we can't dig down. We have to create a hole with wood that will be a hole when it's covered in snow with a little entrance. So less snow goes inside, but then we can do that bigger for the birds, and we can hide in the bedroom with the fireplace and the boarded up windows.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Was that the king size room? Oh, sorry, Cam.
That's okay. There's a queen side bed.
Oh, never mind.
But it is a decently sized room. More than enough to fit all of you guys. It's like 20 by 20.
It's a big room.
With a fireplace.
Yeah, we're good.
Boarded up windows. As long as you make sure that there's a safe place for the axe beaks and store your stuff.
We're building a garage.
Pretty much.
Can I get a group survival check?
Yeah.
As well as Lucy, if you are wanting to use your snow manipulation abilities, you can actually pre-build some of the structures because not all of the snow is melting away, and you can refreeze it into ice walls rather than having to use sheets.
I was gonna make a shelter for the axe beaks.
Okay.
But I don't really have much. And it only lasts an hour, so
That's an hour if it's against other things.
I rolled a 19 now. That's pretty dope.
Nice.
For a 24.
Oh wow. +5. They're so survival-y.
I rolled a 19 plus 4 too. I can't do the math though.
23.
Thank you.
I got a
Metal dice
16.
for the win.
Nope.
I also got a
rolled
16.
4.
Okay.
Nice.
Guidance?
You're supervising.
That's good.
I got 16.
Okay.
21. 17 plus 4.
Alrighty.
Fuck yeah, guys.
Look at us go.
So
here.
very quickly, you guys are getting things prepared, getting things unloaded, hammering down parts of the floor to see like where exactly the rotten floor is. And there's actually a few spaces you guys hadn't fallen down that they collapse down, and you put a tarp over, nail it down with some of the pittons.
Yeah, we've
so
got
that
a
at least the
couple.
wind doesn't blow in.
We got a couple climbing kits. We got a lot of.
Mm-hmm.
You build a structure for the axe beaks underneath, both with tarps, canvases, blankets, and ice built up as barriers around that to insulate it. And they seem more than willing to go into a nest once you start throwing some branches down for them to sleep on.
I want to go on record that all of my shit is with me in the room, not in the sleigh, just in case. So
But bringing in the wood from outside, you guys can stoke a fire in the hearth. And after these 25 minutes, the last clouds are going over, which sun cannot peek through. And almost on cue of closing, as you guys are bringing the last little bits in. Oh, go ahead.
Lucy's gonna stay with the axe beaks.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
gonna do that too. Because I was like, no.
So you two are down with the axe beaks.
Okay.
Jansen, it's fine. I'll be alright. Just go.
Oh.
I'll take care of them.
Okay. And then I I'll pat Jojo.
Jojo,
You be a good boy.
as he bundles up.
Jojo.
Fucking love it.
And the light finally disappears. The wind is back in full force, and that temperature of -20 is gone. It is again -40, -50, -55 as the wind comes tearing in and flash freezes anything on the surface. You can feel the moisture dissipate as it begins clinging to the structure, frosts building up. Even inside where the warmth is building, you can see the walls get that white chill nearby, just the tiniest little speck of air coming in. The ice crystals building in, almost like hands reaching to grab. The wind howling outside.
Keep a very close eye out. I snuggle with the axe beaks and just make sure there's no one coming, basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if I do see anything suspicious, I'm going to throw off my wand. Pyrotechnics.
So right now, no one else can see out except for Lucy, because of the way that the building or the windows are set up. But the wand of pyrotechnics, you would very easily be able to have that light be seen even through.
It's sound and light. So
sound and light.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
it's literal fireworks. I have a wand of fireworks. It's my favorite item.
And the first 5 minutes of the storm are horrible. You inside the house would feel the shaking of the last bits of the house rattling. The fire is almost dying out from the air coming down through the chimney. But you stoke it and even throw fucking oil on it just to keep it going. 5 minutes in, the storm settles, doubling back what it had been before. Except for Lucy sees a pale blue light walking up. Even at this distance, night now returning.
So it was walking?
Yeah.
Like, is it a figure? Okay.
It is. The same shambling walk that you had seen on the first night. A cold light walker strides up the path that you had taken up. But this time, where the previous one was clutching its arms and shivering, this one walks with purpose. Each step striding forwards, this massive form, almost double the size of the other one, comes forwards and touches the trees as it pushes them out of the way, the frost building up and shattering boughs exploding. And then in the storm, you hear a cackling giggle as these small creatures come flying down, pale blue in form, with long noses and ice coming off of not only their faces, but hands and their nails, rather than claws, pieces of ice digging down. They come forward and land and are chittering, pointing towards the cabin as the cold light walker turns its gaze.
I want to use Druidcraft to surround the cold light walker with this puff of cold wind, but drawing it away from the cabin.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check.
Oh, okay. Just straight wisdom?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's my wisdom? 18.
Okay. You go through and it's just rapidly heating and cooling the space with Druidcraft. You create that steam that becomes like a diamond dust storm and blows in a direction. The cold light walker turns, nods, and runs off in that direction.
Holy shit.
Can't believe that worked.
And there's a tree about 80 feet off that you lose sight of this cold light walker.
I was kind of aiming for the gorge, but...
Oh, my apologies. He can run that way instead.
Run off the gorge, please.
He runs over and then stops right at the edge.
Dumbass. Keep going.
The creatures that are there giggle and laugh and then fly up and fly around it. And they're shouting at it in primal. Or primordial.
No primordial.
Roll me a perception check, Tenzin, since you know primordial.
16 plus 2, 16. 18.
18.
Mm-hmm.
You hear over everyone kind of desperately getting the fires ready. You hear the chittering call of something outside. And it's like, that idiot almost fell off the edge. Told you there wasn't anyone up here. Well, she said we needed to come here anyways.
How do you make a sound? And can I go to a window and look out? Or is there any windows that I can look out?
There's only one window, unless you want to go into the main room.
Mm-mm.
that was filled with like, fuck that. That was...
Fuck.
Everyone. So she said, you said don't make a sound?
Yeah, and then I was going to look out a window,
then
but
just
I was like, oh. Do I have to see where I'm casting that spell?
The answer is usually yes.
Usually you need line of sight.
Yeah. Unless it says something like specific, but because we're all low-level adventurers.
Yep.
I'm gonna
It
continue
doesn't say
watching.
it,
What
that it
spell
has
is
to
it?
be within my minor illusion. It doesn't say I have to be within line of sight. It just is within 30 feet of me.
They're gonna be more than 30 feet away from you.
Yeah, they are
The
currently...
Cabin's 20 feet up on its own.
Okay.
Yeah, they would be currently like 60, 70 feet away from you.
And we're in
minor
a 20 by 20 room, and
Yeah.
you don't actually know where they are outside either.
So I'm just like, nobody making sound. But I'm like whispering it real quiet.
I watch.
It is looking through and picks up a large rock and throws it into the gorge. As it picks up the rock, ice builds up on it very quickly as he throws it away.
Hmm.
Turning, it lumbers towards the cabin and begins going underneath and touching the supports, looking for things, and you can see the frost building up on the structure. The creatures are flying up and resting on the roof of the cabin. You would all hear kind of clawed feet landing on the roof, walking through, and then, yep, one falls through and lands in the main room and starts screaming. All of you guys hear the sound of like screeching and whispering, like whipping winds. And Tanzan, you hear, "Ah, fucking shit! I fell! Come and help me! I'm dying!"
Did they also fall through the rotten wood on the
They
floor
fell
below
through
it?
the rotten ceiling, but not the rotten wood up top, because that already had the roof fall through it.
I just thought there's like a hole, and I just want them to fall down the hole.
I'm just wildly being like,
That's a fireplace. There's a fire in it. There's people here.
I use prestidigitation to put out the fire.
Did we start a fire?
Yeah, we had a fire in our room
Yeah.
the whole time.
So what we're saying, we're gonna gaslight this fucking ice gnome.
Fucking sucks.
Can prestidigitation put out a whole campfire?
Oh no, it actually can only put out.
Druidcraft can. I'm in the wrong place.
It says that it can instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
That's not a small campfire.
It was being buffeted and put out by the.
Understood.
What?
I will allow it.
I was gonna say, what if two people use prestidigitation?
Sure. If two people use prestidigitation,
All right,
this is the
prestidigitation.
one time it's going to work.
Just like you snuff out the fire, and I use prestidigitation to like quickly like get rid of the smell of the smoke and everything, and like just
Minor illusion would help too here. I don't know that.
Okay,
And
so
then
I had a weird thought, but like it might be too weird. So this is Dareshay talking, not Tanzan. You guys can all get ready in the room. I want like for like battle and something. What if I like try to convince this person that he's trying to find me and that I've been waiting for forever, and then try to get information and get him to leave? No.
No.
You don't want to put yourself between them.
Okay.
it's a fun plan. I like it. I think you should try it.
I think
Great.
I think if it works, it's gonna be amazing. I also think it's.
he's
I
very
don't know.
risky.
There's
because-
3 characters with no armor,
Yeah.
except for Astra. Astra has hers, but
How many hit
What's
points did we
this?
come back with? Did
What's
we-
the CR of an elk?
What's the CR of an elk?
Help.
Because the biggest issue is the cold light walker. I don't think we want to face one of those yet.
I don't want to face any of these
that's
things.
strong.
I have 4 first level spells.
A
I have
elk is
one
challenge. Elk is challenge rating 1/4.
Sweet. I turn into an elk,
Okay.
and I'm going to burst out from underneath of the space like I'm
Out
a
the
startled
tunnel.
deer. Well, I crawl out first because I'm too big to turn inside of it, and then I like burst out from underneath of the cabin,
Mhm.
looking like a startled animal,
Okay. So you're starting.
and I'm attempting to draw their attention.
Make me a performance check as you burst out.
That's 10. I don't know.
You get out and you start jumping around and kicking and running in a circle, as you've seen some elk do as they get startled. to try see everything, and then run up to see and make sure that you are being seen.
So you're saying is I'm trying too hard.
It's you go and it's like, oh, it's an elk. And they watch you. You're a very good distraction. For like 15, 20 seconds. I'm like, huh. And the cold light walker starts walking out towards you. And it kind of stops a little ways away. And then the one creature that had fallen in and saw the fireplace glowing and it was put out, he's going over and checking into the fireplace. Now this hearth goes completely through into the room.
I thought it was a separate fireplace.
I thought so too until it was explained to me.
Ooh, minor
A minor illusion. Just saying.
minor illusion wall. Ooh,
There's
minor illusion wall.
are we doing a fire or are we doing like a calling away?
No, just a wall.
Like he's
Hide
coming
us.
to look
Oh.
through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like put a wall between them and the.
Okay, it'll work until he touches it, but I can try.
But I mean, as long as he
Okay.
doesn't touch it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm gonna cast minor illusion and just put up a brick wall at the end.
Okay, on your end? Okay. Looks down. Reaches his hand in and puts his hand on the side. Pulls his hand away. Is ha. Huh. And he kind of steps back and calls up to the ones up top. Come down! We have to look through the house.
No,
This is a fight.
there's an elk just right over here. Oh!
Yeah, you got the cold light walker paying lots of attention to you.
Can I charge him? Try to knock him off the cliff.
If you do, we're going to jump into combat, and we will start next session with initiative.
I think
What do you guys think? Should I try? What do you think?
if I would, can you
Yeah,
imagine you just fucking bull rush this motherfucker off a cliff? Yes, 110%.
Yeah, do it.
I'm
I
okay
might
with
as well
that.
go down swinging.
I've
And this
got
is-
yeah.
This is a technical question, but like since I can with like the magic arrows because they're not like inherently magical, but could I prepare an arcane shot if I just chucked my arrow into the same room as them?
Sadly, no. You got to launch it. You technically can use a crossbow.
But then Jolith will have nothing.
It's mine.
Okay, actually, here's the thing. In the 5 minutes like that we had like while the storm was raging, could I? Because one thing I can do is I can spend a spell slot to regain my battlesmith companion.
Yes.
Okay, if that's
But
the case,
we are getting too wrapped
Yeah.
up because the first things first.
Yep.
Elk
Yep.
is charging the cold light walker. And
You say the
I'm
walker's
going to
surprised.
say the walker is 15 feet from the edge. And he is not prepared. So I need you to make an attack check.
This thing only has 13 hit points.
Ah,
That's under half of what I have. So okay. Sorry, I had to like read his little description.
is there like a special?
Oh fuck. Okay. That is 11.
11.
Oh,
I know, I rolled a 6. I've never
That-
wanted a 9 to be a 9.
That goes through. Now, my question. Oh, you can't cast spells.
Nope.
Okay. So you do go through and you strike him, but you do not move him.
Do I hit him, or is it just like I glance off?
You run into him and kind of glance off. But I would like you to roll me a strength athletics check.
Okay. Well, at least I'm an elk. Oh, that's
For some reason I
cocked.
heard strengthletics,
Oh, that's on the
and
floor.
my brain
Okay.
broke.
Oh, okay. Well, this dice likes me more. I changed my dice. So 19 plus 3 is 22.
Okay. He rolled an 8. So 19 plus 3 is 22. So you beat him a couple of times over. That glancing blow, although it did not deal damage to put a little bit of a sting into it, this thing stumbles back 10 feet and is literally standing on the edge.
I'm on
But-
the edge.
But now, with this cold light walker literally on the edge, Lucy and Elk and everyone else inside, stuck in the room, is where we are going to end this session.
Honestly, though, an aggressive wild animal makes sense here. So if they don't notice you and I'm alone, it's fine. There's no reason for them to assume there's anyone else here. Except for me.
Except the hot hearth and a
Yeah.
bunch of them searching every room in the building.
They already
It's
said they're
inevitable.
in the room.
You could run! Please
It's
run.
inevitable. I'm
No,
not.
it's okay.
Yes, please leave me to die after we tell Dareshay to not make a character decision to leave on her own so she could die.
I would
Now-
come back! I can turn into other things!
As long as you don't
One-
get one shot by the cold light walker.
I'll be fine. It goes
One
through
thing,
the wild shape first.
this is actually important, which I didn't think was going to come up right away, but you all have a boon now.
Ooh.
Oh.
You have the boon of the Morning Lord.
That was a god. Fucking do it.
Of course it was a god. You didn't think we just regained our forms because we were really nice.
What
It could
this
have been
does,
something worse.
what this is every dawn, not necessarily every long rest, but every dawn, you have a set of 10 temporary hit points that recovers.
Oh, cool.
So what that means is at 10 a.m. in IceWind Dale, you have your temporary hit points popped back up. You don't even need to sleep for it. You just need to live past the dawn.
Damn.
This is amazing. So we're gonna thematically, we're gonna forget about this, and in like however long, when we're in a major boss battle, you're gonna know in your mind it's 10 a.m. now, and as you get hit, we'll have 10 entry points, and you'll be like 1 hit point, but you survive, and it's like,
God, no,
Ah.
it's like fucking it's like Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins, just as
Literally.
it approaches noon, reaching
Yeah,
the zenith
just
of my
poof.
power.
I love that guy. Fuck.
So does that mean we have the 10 hit points then right now?
Yes,
Okay.
because
Oh, God.
technically the Tsar dawned.
Right. Okay.
Woo!
Just checking.
All right, we're gonna put that
10
down now.
temporary hit points.
Yeah.
Done.
In D&D and
I
Beyond,
like-
it does just say it though. Like it shows
Yeah.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah, on the right. It's really cool. D&D Beyond's gotten so good, guys.
He's nice.
What I want is I want them to have like a list of all of the wild shapes available to you.
Oh, so you can just click and scroll.
Yeah,
Because I
that
can't-
would be really
I-
nice.
Constantly have to like find lists and websites, and they're fucking horrendous.
By the way, Amber, do you want me to put up Sten's image that you sent me on the character thing? Okay. I didn't want to put it up there till after it was revealed.
Let's see this. I gotta go. Gracie got a new job today,
Oh, good for her.
and
Oh, hey.
I need the details. She neglected to tell me.
What kind of job is it?
She's at a bar now.
Oh, okay.
Just different kitchen. The job she's in now is just fucked. It's just not good.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. You
Oh,
expect
I'm
me
sorry.
to not be freaked out by this thing?
Fucking,
Thank
hey, that's
you.
rude. No, that's a demon. And you can take your holier than
It
thou
looks
hot horse
amazing.
and get it
I
eaten
love
by
it.
that demon. Okay?
Oh,
I feel
Yeah,
like Sten is less of a problem than what is slowly consuming Uale. Those
Sten
are
is not a
okay.
problem at all.
No, I know
mean-
exactly.
I mean, to be fair, the big problem we have right now is a bunch of, mephits and a
Ice fairies.
ice
I'm just
fairies, or whatever they
talking
are.
first impressions here. If I meet tiny little snake lizard thing that's living inside your body, and that I'm like, oh,
Is
you're going to
actively
die.
trying to kill me.
I don't care. Let me get it out. I don't fuck off. You always going to die. That demon's going to consume all of reality. Okay,
Yeah.
let's just get first impressions. I'm not saying that he's a problem.
You
I'm
start
just
getting
saying when you meet him, there's a disparity there. Your
There's-
problem's real. The first impression problem is holy fuck.
creatures with more than, let's be like creatures that end up in multiple sets of eyes, and not like insect eyes, but like creatures with like multiple sets of like humanoid eyes. That's typically a red flag. Either
It's
that or
red.
or a
Valley.
biblically accurate. Either that or it's an
Us?
angel.
To us, that's not our culture. We're judging.
It is 80. Was it 50 eyes? Y'all.
50. Yeah, 50
I put
eyes.
50 just because I didn't want to count each and every one of them out, and I figured there'd be more behind it.
I'm assuming they're
just-
very like mobile. I'm assuming they're very like
Yeah, they.
mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, they just swirl around. It's just like, no thanks. I'm good. I don't.
They are
We're
evil
level
gods.
3.
They are
Sorry.
evil gods.
They are.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's fair.
well, great.
Level
I'm not
4.
talking threat. I'm not talking threat to our party. I just mean first impressions.
Yeah.
I thought, man, that's sad that you always going through this. And then the first impression of Sten is holy fuck. We're all gonna die if that thing isn't on our side.
Oh, actually, here's just a quick thing for blah blah blah. I technically have a usable bow. It just needs to be strung
That can take.
because we have that moon bow.
We don't have a bowstring.
I'm just saying, if we can
Oh, yeah.
shenanigan a way to get a bowstring, it wouldn't be enchanted because it needs a special thing.
I would say
but-
that depends if ULA bows snap quite frequently when you're using them in a rough and tumble situation.